Under the neon lights of the black market, a young man, hidden in a dark hood, carefully made his way through the dense crowd. Looking around unnoticed, he entered an inconspicuous shop and calmly informed the owner of his intention to sell a kidney and a cornea. The owner, who was adding new items to the list, asked in surprise whether the guy really understood what he was getting into. The young man, who had already sold his kidney, spleen, bladder, and part of his liver, calmly stated that he was doing it for his sick sister. The shop owner stopped trying to dissuade the poor man and, raising a huge knife, prepared to immediately begin work. He got down to business without hesitation, causing our hero to scream loudly from the unbearable pain he was enduring. After this, the young man, staggering heavily, immediately went home, barely holding back groans from the wounds he had received. His eyes were covered with a blindfold, but he took it off, looked around, and not seeing anyone following him, the guy smiled slyly. He pulled out a wad of money from the sale of his organs and thought that this money would be enough to pay for the ritual of changing his profession. The young man threw aside the stick he was leaning on and was genuinely surprised that someone still believed in such tales about a sick sister. The young man's name was Yellen, and he was a time traveler who found himself in a world that was alien to him and full of dangers. The boy was an orphan, and he never had any sick sister. The world he moved into was seething with spiritual energy and was filled with ferocious monsters and bloodthirsty beasts. Around it stretched countless dungeons which held their own secrets, deadly traps, and enormous possibilities. Being an orphan, surviving in this new world full of cruelty and danger was incredibly difficult, almost impossible. Everything changed when he discovered his unique ability, which was incredible body regeneration. No matter how severe the wounds, his body would recover within minutes, and lost organs could regrow. The boy regularly used this ability to repeatedly sell his organs and raise funds. He saved money to raise the necessary sum to participate in the long-awaited career change ceremony. Only by going through this ceremony, awakening his power and becoming a pro, will he be able to become much stronger and significantly increase his chances of survival. Only in this way will Yellen be able to survive in this cruel world and reliably protect those dear to him. And today, this important day of the ceremony has arrived. Arriving at the ceremony, Yellen encountered three people who, knowing him as a poor student, were clearly suspicious and tried to understand where he had come from with such large sums of money. The guy squeezed the girl's hand and immediately began talking in a very plaintive tone about how he had to take out a large loan to participate in the ritual. Of course, this was a lie, but his friends were very scared, because they would have to spend the rest of their lives in debt if the profession turned out to be useless. The girl wished him good luck and immediately advised him to quickly head to the arena to participate in the ceremony. A few minutes later, all the students participating in the ritual gathered in the majestic arena located in the center. The man standing on the high pedestal loudly gave the command to the next participant in the ceremony to come forward. The guy turned out to be a fifth grader, and right behind his back, the students started whispering, discussing that he, too, was from a poor family. When the boy climbed onto the platform, the man told him to put his hand on the golden ball and relax completely. A minute later, the man announced that he had received a Class A poultry farmer's profession, and the students began to whisper that he would now have to breed birds for the rest of his life. However, the man reassured the boy that there are no useless professions. There are only useless people who are unable to realize their potential. The next person to be called was a charming girl with an incredibly beautiful figure in a red tight dress and high-heeled leather boots. It was Jagani. Everyone around admired the girl and loudly encouraged her, expressing their support and enthusiasm. Having reached the pedestal, the girl thanked the presenter and immediately placed her hand on the golden ball to receive the profession. At that moment, a brightly shining wave of energy appeared above the ball, turning into a huge phoenix with outstretched wings. The man was surprised that Jagani had received the rank of SSS Fire Mage, and he believed that the academy could finally be proud of its graduates. All the surrounding students were impressed. One of the guys quietly says that now this girl is simply out of reach for him. Yellen is also impressed by this, because one fire mage of this level is a force equal to an entire army on the battlefield. After the class was handed over, the leader informed the girl that he would later discuss the curriculum with her, since her class was a significant event for the school. Then the girl came downstairs. Yellen's name was announced, and on the way he heard everyone discussing him as if he had taken out a loan to participate in the ritual. Yellen glanced at the girl and promised himself that he wouldn't become a foil for some high-ranking girl. The boy placed his hands on the golden ball. He waited for this moment and wondered whether he would continue to live a miserable life or challenge fate. Yellen was very excited as he waited for the name of his new profession to finally be announced. Suddenly, a brightly shining, powerful azure dragon appeared before him, instantly astonishing him with its appearance. Yellen was amazed as the energy dragon began to rapidly approach the guy at enormous speed. A blue glow instantly flared around his body, enveloping him in a powerful light in the center of the arena. The students couldn't believe that the student who took out a loan for the ritual had received such a powerful and rare class. The director felt joy mixed with shock, as he considered this another inexplicable anomaly. Yellen asked the director about his class, and he announced that the boy received the combat class Forbidden Curse Caster. The director was shocked and could not believe the unfortunate fate of the poor student who received such a dangerous class. The other students laughed loudly when they heard this news, for no master of forbidden curses had ever lived to be 25 years old. This profession consumed the owner's life and left no hope for a long life. The girl stepped aside, disappointed in the class that Yellen received. Many believed that the guy had taken out a loan for such a profession in vain, and his fate seemed tragic to everyone. Yellen, like a true master of deception, immediately pretended to be depressed, and his performance was so convincing that the old man sincerely felt sorry for him. He wished him luck, and when asked about the fact that curse masters don't live to be 25, the director replied that it was better to burn brightly than to live an empty life. Yellen wasn't worried, because his immortality made this drawback completely unimportant. After the class change ritual, all participants began to slowly return home. Yellen was walking to his room. He was very tired and dreamed of a good, long sleep. However, suddenly he heard someone calling his name loudly, and the young man turned around abruptly. It was Jagani, the girl who suggested that they join forces, believing that the more the Master of Curses fought alone, the sooner he would die. However, Yellen immediately refused this offer, to which the girl said that she just wanted to help him. After all, they were classmates. Jagani didn't insist. She just walked away, only thinking to herself that this guy was an idiot walking towards his imminent death. Yellen ignored the girl's remark and continued on his way. The guy thought that she was still somehow very strange. Suddenly, a group of students blocked his way, telling him that he should not think that he rose above everyone else because of his profession. These were classmates, outraged that Jagani had previously suggested that they join forces. The boy irritably told them that he was just going home. These idiots were clearly looking for a reason to start a conflict. The guys laughed loudly at Yellen, mocking his small room and standard of living. They believed that the boy's destiny was to work as a security guard, and with his meager salary, he would only buy incense for his deceased family. The young people continued to mock him, reminding him that he was still an orphan and did not deserve to have a family. Yellen, filled with sudden anger, stopped and looked at them intently with a very serious, unkind expression on his face. His eyes flashed with a bright blue-red aura, activating forbidden abilities that were strictly forbidden. The powers emanating from him made the fools freeze in horror. The young man understood that every time he used his skills, he lost part of his own life. Yellen angrily states that they can insult him, but they cannot insult his deceased relatives without consequences. A powerful energy discharge struck the young people, scattering them in different directions from the force of the explosion of magical energy. His classmates, gripped by fear, wondered if the young man had really gone mad, and whether it was worth using the forbidden spell for that. Yellen is extremely determined and aggressive. He invites the young people to fight and come to him right now. However, his classmates do not accept his offer and start running away in fear, not daring to confront the guy in such a state. Deactivating his forbidden magic abilities, the boy sighs heavily and calls these people worthless, whom he scared away with just one move. Suddenly, the young man felt a severe pain in his duodenum, because using forbidden magic always comes at a high price. Jagani watched this brawl. She didn't understand why the guy was willing to lose his health and die because of insults, just to get revenge. With such a character and the profession of a caster of forbidden spells, the guy would not last very long. This was obvious to her. When the young man finally reached his home, it was already very late at night. Entering his apartment, Yellen slowly lowered his bag to the floor and thought that he had finally made it home. He discovered that sacrificing a piece of the duodenum could summon ordinary lightning, while sacrificing the bladder would summon powerful yin water lightning. The boy understood that calling upon the most powerful force of destruction could cost him his life, and he lay down on the sofa, feeling very dizzy from regeneration. Yellen looked up at the lamp directly above him and caught himself thinking that he was unbearably sleepy. At this time, in a fashionable penthouse, a young man asked his father to avenge him, demanding that he kill this bastard. However, his father reminded him that killing the Curse Master was an extremely risky undertaking and would not bring them any benefit. He emphasized that a person willing to use forbidden spells for insults is clearly emotionally unstable and also comes from a poor family. Early the next morning, Yellen went to the academy for the mandatory survival exam. The students around him were whispering quietly, discussing all the details of the incident that happened yesterday. Suddenly, Lin Yui called out to the boy, offered him some milk, and asked if he had had breakfast yet. Besides, Lin Yui was having breakfast. Yellen first thought that the guy wanted to poison him for not being able to defeat him in the fight yesterday. However, Lin Yui immediately assured the young man that he would not dare to do such a thing, and stated that it was just a way to express his gratitude. Unexpectedly, Lin Yui admitted that he was grateful to Yellen for the lightning strike, as it was a wake-up call for him, and he realized that he had been wasting his life. Yellen merely looked at him skeptically, then accepted the offered milk and continued to watch him closely. Lin Yue suddenly declared that he wanted to acknowledge the boy as his older brother, sincerely admiring his strength and skills. Yellen briefly wondered if he was crazy, but agreed to be his mentor, but only for a decent amount of money. Yellen said that 2 million needed to be transferred as a down payment and asked if Lin Yue was satisfied with this price. Lin Yue declared that this was no problem at all for their family, after which a huge newbie portal opened on the training field. The director hoped that all candidates would show themselves worthy, and the participants themselves were striving with all their might for the long-awaited victory. The teacher standing next to the principal found it impressive and unusual that they had 2 students from the SSS class this year, after which the director turns to the other teachers and asks them why no one speaks up, whether they were all born mute. The teachers ignored his question. They turned around and immediately left, citing the fact that they urgently had their own important things to do. Above the huge portal, a huge energy field shines very brightly, ready to receive the first students. Jagani again tries to convince the young man to join forces, but the guy once again persistently refuses her. The girl considers the young man a presumptuous idiot and thinks that if he wants to die, then no one will stop him. Yellen takes a decisive step forward and instantly plunges into a secret world, passing through an energy field. A moment later, he finds himself in a dense green forest, where he immediately looks around and notices that he is completely alone. The guy thinks that he was teleported by accident because he should be with the other exam participants. After a while, Yellen hears a loud growl, and soon a level 1 leopard appears. The guy didn't feel fear, on the contrary, it excited him. The leopard seemed like the perfect opponent for testing spells. The young man instantly attacked the beast with a powerful bolt of energy lightning and destroyed it, receiving 10 experience points for this. The guy was disappointed, because the reward was too small for his capabilities and did not compensate for the damage to his kidneys, and 100 leopards for the second level was unacceptable. He quickly decided to come up with another way, and after a while allowed a huge number of monsters to chase him. The guy ran, barely holding back a smile, thinking that this wave of enemies should give him a really decent amount of experience. After a while, Yellen stopped, deciding to test the forbidden curse he had just learned. The young man activated the spell, and his body was instantly engulfed in a bright blue aura, granting him incredible strength. Yellen unleashed a powerful bolt of energy lightning straight into the thick of the bloodthirsty monsters pursuing him. The guy was sure that even a 10th level monster wouldn't be able to withstand his fully charged lightning strike. Without wasting a second, the young man continued to attack the monsters, cutting them into many small pieces. He felt genuine pleasure in controlling his enormous power, realizing its true capabilities. Again and again, he dealt powerful blows, destroying dozens of hostile creatures around him. 5 minutes later, the guy noticed that using the forbidden abilities had noticeably aged him. He decides to use his abilities for no more than 1 minute, after which he immediately turns on the regeneration process. Yellen finds a new high-level victim, and a threatening dark aura instantly thickens around him. The boy calls upon a forbidden spell, and a brightly glowing pentagram flashes beneath his feet. A giant energy vortex appears above his head, and the forbidden spell of birth and death lightning is activated. A gigantic force falls upon the monsters. A message comes that he killed a level 3 wolf and received 30 experience points. Quite quickly, Yellen reached the 3rd level, and he felt satisfaction and genuine surprise at his own progress. An hour later, Jagani approached the area where the guy had destroyed all the monsters and was simply shocked by what she saw. There were charred remains of monsters everywhere. She couldn't believe what was happening, because there were too many of them. At first, Jagani was confused, because no one in the academy except her mastered the Karma Flame technique. But this energy turned out to be so strong that its potential could surpass even the girl's own strength, and this greatly surprised her. Jagani's attention was immediately drawn to the bright energy discharges raging nearby, and she immediately headed towards the sound. The girl quickly came to the conclusion that Yelin really was hiding talents, and decided to find him at all costs. Meanwhile, Yelin was nearby. He made a fire and enjoyed his well-deserved rest. The young man feasted on the meat of the three-eyed demonic boar, realizing that he was now eating much more than usual. After resting and regaining his strength, the guy plans to head to a more remote area in order to continue improving his skills. However, before he could move, the young man noticed a silhouette in the nearby bushes. Jagani slowly emerged from the thicket and immediately asked the boy what he was doing in this dangerous place. Yelin felt a little irritated, because he really didn't want anyone to accidentally find out his main secret. He just smiled calmly and said that he was going to have a little snack and rest here. The girl reminded him that fighting forbidden curses alone was extremely dangerous, after which Jagani, not wanting to waste time, quickly went the other way. When the girl left, the guy began to think about her words and caught himself thinking that her behavior seemed illogical to him. Jagani looked around and asked if the guy had seen other people here, someone who was very good at controlling karmic fire. Yelin feigned surprise and said that he saw a handsome guy who wielded this fire walking along that path. Yelin calls this girl a fool to himself and believes that under no circumstances should he allow her to follow him. Meanwhile, Jagani continued on her way, thinking that if it weren't for Yelin, she would have found a user of karmic fire long ago. Suddenly, a dark silhouette appeared behind her, causing the girl to tense up. Raising her head, she saw a huge, ferocious dragon-like mutant of the 8th level. For a moment she froze, feeling intense excitement and unbearable fear, looking into his eerie eyes. At the last moment, Jagani managed to quickly dodge his powerful attack and wondered why such a powerful monster was here. Turning around, the girl thought about Yelin, deciding that this coward had probably already run away somewhere far away. After this, Jagani instantly created a multitude of fireballs around herself. With great speed, the fireballs rushed straight towards the monster. However, the monster reacted in time, pushed off the ground with all his might and jumped high into the air. In a jump, the monster dealt the girl a powerful blow which immediately threw her far to the side. Jagani decides to fight to the very end and generates several more fireballs around himself, after which she sends them at great speed straight towards a ferocious and very dangerous monster. To her surprise, the monster roared loudly and stopped the fireballs a few centimeters away from itself. A moment later, the monster redirected all the fireballs back towards the girl with incredible speed. The next second, there is a powerful, blinding explosion, the sound of which spreads throughout the area. The monster let out a terrible scream and began to slowly approach the girl, ready to deliver the final blow. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, Jagani was sitting on the ground, her clothes torn and her body shaking with unbearable pain. She admitted that she had been overconfident in thinking that defeating a level 8 monster would be easy. Suddenly, a stream of powerful karmic fire appeared next to her, rushing at tremendous speed. It fell upon the monster, completely engulfing its gigantic body and leaving no chance for salvation. In a matter of seconds, the monster was burned to ashes, leaving behind nothing but a handful of ashes. The girl was shocked by what she saw. She had never seen such destructive force before. Turning to her savior, she tried to see who this man was. Jagani gradually came to her senses after the powerful explosion, expressing gratitude to her savior, who turned out to be Yelin, who was standing on a branch and watching her closely. Jagani asked the savior's name. The guy changed the syllables, introducing himself as Early Dawn, after which she asked what school he was from. Yelin thought that he didn't need this girl's gratitude, but he said that it was nothing to him. After this, he started to leave, but Jagani asked him to wait, not wanting to be left alone in the forest. The girl tried to get up, but Yelin warned her not to follow him, as he was heading in search of powerful monsters, after which the young man advised the girl to immediately put her torn clothes in order and not embarrass him. This unexpected remark made Jagani pay attention to her clothes. Her face instantly turned red with shame, and she lay down on the ground, trying to cover herself. She raised her head again, but the guy had already disappeared. Jagani shouted loudly after him that she would definitely catch up with him. She promised that one day she would proudly stand next to him. Meanwhile, Yelin jumps from branch to branch, moving a decent distance away from the girl, and thinks with relief that now she won't be following him. He had already wasted a lot of precious time on it, and now he urgently needed to make up for lost time. Opening the status window, Yelin discovered that he had received a new spell. Activating this curse required sacrificing 2.5 years of one's life, which was a very high price to pay. Yelin chuckled. mentally noting that the forbidden magic caster class was indeed the path of a short but very bright life. But this skill became an invaluable gift for him. With such a curse, he could completely ignore any fatal attack, making him almost invulnerable. 3 days later, a large group of elders gathered at the entrance to the secret world. They waited patiently, watching the huge portal and discussing the results of the exam and the real potential of the students who would soon be returning. The director greeted his old acquaintances with his usual arrogance. One of the men immediately asked him what he was bragging about so much today. The man had already started to answer when suddenly a stranger approached them and stopped next to them. He noticed that the director was in a very good mood today and asked if they would mind him joining their conversation. The man turned out to be the city's best astrologer named Qian Xin, and the men immediately began to say that they were very glad to see such an honored guest here. After exchanging glances with the director, Qian Xin asked if his daughter would cause them any trouble. At that moment, everyone present noticed that the entrance to the portal suddenly activated and the energy field began to glow. The test time had not yet expired, but someone left the secret area through the portal, and the director immediately decided that this student was seriously injured. That student turned out to be none other than Jagani, who was walking very slowly across the training field towards the assembled people. The girl calmly greeted all the elders, and then, seeing her father, immediately asked why he had come here. Her father immediately wanted to know the reason for such an early return, and the director inquired about the level she had managed to achieve. The girl calmly states that her current level is 12th, and this statement shocks everyone present, including the director. The father reproachfully replies that the girl is too willful, because if she had stayed in the dungeon, she would have been able to rise to the 13th level. Jagani explained that the dungeon had become unbearably boring and that finding level 10 monsters was taking forever. But the real reason was the search for the mysterious stranger. Meanwhile, Yellen, who was in the training world, sneezed violently as if he had caught a terrible cold. He found this extremely strange, since it wasn't cold here, and he caught himself wondering if someone was scolding him right now. The guy thinks that he may have fought too hard, since there are no more level 10 monsters left in the entire territory. It seems it's time to expand the search radius. The guy raises his hand and decides to try a new, powerful, forbidden spell. He activates a curse called the Dance of the Moment, which requires the young man to sacrifice his kidney. In return, he receives incredible agility and maximum speed. Without wasting a second, the guy pushes off the ground and rushes upward with the speed of a rocket. The feeling of flying was simply amazing. Even a level 50 assassin could hardly possess such incredible speed. The creepy flying creatures notice his approach, but they sense the boy's presence and approach too late. At high speed, Yellen continues to rapidly approach the 3 dangerous storm mantises. By sacrificing his bladder, Yellen summons a new, incredibly powerful spell to deal with the monsters. A giant bolt of lightning with enormous destructive power falls upon the flying monsters, leaving them no chance of escape. A spell called Apocalypse Thunder instantly incinerates monsters, turning them into flaming ash. Meanwhile, a large number of students appear near the portal, many rejoicing at the completion of the test, while others are pleased that they have saved their lives. Jagani waited patiently at the portal, hoping to see the mysterious stranger. But as time passed, his absence began to seem strange and unsettling. The teacher announces that there are only 5 minutes left until the end of the test, and everyone needs to quickly return to their zones. With 3 minutes left in the test, the girl wondered if she had missed the moment when her target had quietly left the dungeon. She considered it impossible because the girl remained at the entrance the whole time without taking her eyes off it. At that moment, the portal suddenly lit up with a bright golden glow. Jagani was absolutely sure that this was her mysterious stranger, but she was surprised to see Yellen and asked why he was there. Yellen shrugged, explaining that time was up and he left the portal. Jagani, not listening to him, walked away with contempt, calling him a coward. Hearing this, the guy wondered what was wrong with this crazy girl. At that moment, the director approached him and asked what level he had reached. The elder did not have any special expectations. Unexpectedly, Yellen calmly replies that his current level is 16. The people present froze in stunned silence, as rising from level 1 to level 16 required a total of 120,000 experience points. The director begins to joyfully praise the young man, declaring that he is the true pride of their academy. Jagani's father also congratulated the boy on his outstanding result. But this statement deeply offended his daughter, who said that it was nothing special since he was donating his organs. People around him think the guy is crazy because he has accumulated a huge number of points and is unlikely to cross the threshold of his 20s. One of the teachers asked the boy why he was shortening his life so much, and whether the director had really persuaded him to take such a desperate step. Yellen interrupts the men's argument and, masterfully feigning sadness on his face, declares that no one forced him, and that this was his voluntary decision. The guy says that he grew up in a poor family and was always the subject of ridicule, and now he does not intend to be a coward. As soon as the guy finished his monologue, Qian Xin clapped his hands happily. The man offered the guy his help if he needed anything in the future. Jagani was furious with her father's behavior and asked why he considered the boy first, after which she began talking about the mysterious stranger. The girl names the stranger, but the men don't understand who she's talking about, and there's no student with that name at the academy. Yellen cursed the girl internally, because she absolutely did not know how to keep her mouth shut, and, tired of this farce, said goodbye and got ready to go home. Soon after, the time finally expired. Jagani stands near the portal and wonders if the stranger had quietly disappeared while they were talking. The girl tries to prove to her father that this mysterious man was a genius who saved her life at a critical moment. Qian Xin believes that his daughter was shocked and agrees with her in everything so as not to argue. Although her father was greatly disturbed by his daughter's early exit from the dungeon, the girl herself continued to claim that it was connected with the search for the mysterious stranger. In this story, the father noticed something strange and again returned to the thought of Yellen's first place, who at that moment, returning home, sneezed loudly. He begins to think irritably that someone is talking about him behind his back again, and it must be that stupid Jagani girl again. At that moment, a knock on the door caught his attention and immediately distracted him from these annoying thoughts. Yellen asked who was there, and the moment he opened the door, he stared in surprise at the fat businessman in front of him. He searched for Yellen for a long time and, finally finding him, said that his company wanted to make him the face of its brand. After clarifying the reward, Yellen learned from the gentleman that it was a whole 3 million, and this made him very happy. The man then handed Yellen a small vial of their company's new product, a liquid called Brain King. It not only nourishes the brain and enhances intelligence, but also promotes rapid regeneration of all damaged cells. Yellen opened the lid, fully aware that the price of 3 million was comparable to the cost of several of his kidneys, and fame turned out to be an expensive commodity. He took a sip and felt a slight sweetness, not even suspecting that the next moment his body would respond with a strange and rapid change. Almost immediately, a powerful wave of dizziness washed over him, taking away his footing and literally causing his body to go limp. Consciousness left him almost instantly. His body went completely limp, falling onto the sofa without the slightest sign of life. He lay motionless, completely unconscious, and giving no sign that he was alive. The businessman, who had been watching this coldly, immediately dialed the number on the phone and briefly reported that Yellen had drunk the entire contents of the bottle. Fatso was ordered to deliver Yellen to the designated location immediately. Although he didn't understand why his boss needed to go to such lengths for a mere student. His boss turned out to be the owner of the very same shop on the black market where Yellen used to sell his organs. He ordered the fat man to leave and not let anyone inside. The man recalled with admiration how the boy sold him his liver, arteries, gallbladder, cornea, and kidneys, which quickly grew back. He considered it incredible, simply impossible, and he thinks that with the help of the guy, he will be able to master the secret of regeneration and become omnipotent. The man begins to get drunk on his illusory fantasies. He loudly talks about how he will have absolute power and unimaginable wealth. Suddenly, a voice is heard adding that all powerful people will bow before him, recognizing his power. The man turns around abruptly and is horrified to find Yellen sitting next to him on a chair, looking at him. He couldn't understand how this was possible, since a sleeping pill would keep even an elephant asleep for at least 6 hours. The boy calmly asked the man how he had tracked him down so quickly and unnoticed. Having overcome the initial shock, the man points the blade at the boy and declares that since his milk cow has already woken up, he will not stand on ceremony. Yellen understands that the enemy has the profession of a ghost swordsman, and using fire could burn the whole place to the ground, so it's better not to make too much noise. The guy uses a freezing spell to activate which he sacrifices his eyes, not considering it a big price. This powerful spell allowed the caster to instantly freeze everything that he looked at a certain moment. The man discovers with horror that his entire lower body is bound in solid ice, and he cannot move. He frantically wondered how this spell had happened and tried to plunge the blade into the ice, but was unable to split it. His eyes widened in horror as the ice closed over every part of his body, leaving only his head exposed. The man quietly muttered that it was completely impossible, while the boy calmly asked him who else knew about his ability to regenerate organs. The man replies that no one else knows about this, and after all, why should he share such an amazing discovery? Upon hearing this, Yellen promises him a painless death, after which he watches in horror as a fist approaches his head. With one powerful blow, Yellen killed the man trapped in the ice, leaving him no chance of escape. Yellen slowly headed towards the exit and decided that this time he would sacrifice his stomach, just to avoid making any unnecessary noise. After this, the guy summoned lightning, which instantly struck all the guards outside. The guy approaches the guard, who begs him not to kill him. Yellen asks again who their real boss is. The fat man trembles with fear and declares that he cannot say this, to which the guy replies that in that case he will die immediately. The man was afraid that he would be killed for betrayal, but when he saw Yellen being enveloped in lightning bolts, he immediately told everything. Their real boss turned out to be the king of the underground market. Yellen walked away, trying to remember where he had heard this name before. It seemed painfully familiar to him. The action moves to an underground market, where a middle-aged man is sprawled on a huge leather sofa, one of his men reporting urgent news. The man is Kenson, the king of the black market, and he has been informed that he cannot contact one of his men. Subordinates say that they went to his warehouse, but when they arrived, they discovered that the entire area had been burned to the ground. Judging by the nature of the destruction, it was a quick and precise strike by a professional. Upon hearing this, Kenson became furious, kicked the table, and ordered people to immediately find the culprit. The next day, Yellen arrived at the residence of the Lin Yui family. The guy says that as soon as he heard about his arrival, he immediately sent people to meet him. Lin Yui gently reminded him of the 2 million the guy had asked for earlier, but Yellen interrupted him, indignant that he had even mentioned money. Since Lin Yui considers Yellen as his older brother, money is a complete nonsense and not worth even talking about. In his heart, Lin Yui believes that his father was right. Yellen, a stubborn and simple-minded guy who likes to show off and brag. Yellen decided to use this family as a reliable shield against the king of the underground market, knowing that his people would not risk attacking him here. When Yellen entered the house, he was struck by the number of maids standing in a row and greeting the young men with reverence and respect. He was speechless, realizing how different life was when you had a lot of money. Looking at the attractive maid, the guy thinks that it is not surprising that everyone around him wants to become rich and influential. Lin Yui noticed the guy was looking at him intently and said that he could arrange for any girl to come to his room tonight. Yellen was visibly nervous and couldn't think of anything better to say than that it was a good offer that he would definitely take advantage of. After this, the young man ordered the maids to immediately help the guy change his clothes, but Yellen replied that this was not necessary because he was only joking. Lin Yui noted that they still needed to change clothes, as they had a very serious and important matter ahead of them. Yellen eagerly asked what it consisted of, but the guy asked him to wait until they arrived at the place. Soon they found themselves at the annual auction, a magnificent venue Yellen had never visited before, and he was impressed. Lin Yui offers to introduce Yellen to the influential people of the city, but he politely declines, stating that he would prefer to eat first as he is very hungry. Lin Yui watches Yellen rush to the banquet table and thinks that a poor man will always be a poor man, even if he is wearing an expensive suit. Yellen pounced on the food with gusto, remembering the sleepless night and feeling an unbearable hunger after sacrificing his own stomach. Suddenly, a voice nearby asks what he is doing here, and this distracts him from his food. The guy turns around abruptly and notices Jagani and her friend standing next to him, looking at him very carefully. The girl's appearance caused Yellen great irritation. He was very surprised why this annoying person always crossed his path. The friend asks if this is the young man with the fire element whom Jagani admired so much, but the girl coldly replies that before them is only a coward who abandoned her to the death of a monster. Yellen just smiled, imagining the girl's face if she found out that he was the very stranger she admired so much. At that moment, Lin Yue and his friends approach him, and he proudly introduces the guy as his older brother, much to the surprise of those gathered. The guys say that Lin Yue should be the boss, and not the other way around, to which he says that Yellen is an unusual person and his level of strength is incredibly high. After which, the guys were surprised to learn that Yellen had reached level 16. They were shocked by such a colossal difference from their modest indicators. Yellen asks them not to be surprised. If they could go outside the city, he would help them raise their level, and they would achieve better results on the exam. The boys were very interested in this proposal, but Lin Yue timidly replied that students were strictly forbidden from leaving the city before exams. Yellen then subtly hinted that the actual trip to the exam venue was not illegal, but that he didn't have the necessary equipment. Lin Yui quickly assured him that there would be no problem with the equipment. He was ready to organize everything for him. He points to the stage and says that he promises to provide him with all the necessary equipment directly from this auction. Yellen is very surprised by such a generous offer, which he did not expect to receive. However, Lin Yui explains that his father is willing to support him financially, and if it improves his exam results, he will not mind the price. The auction began with the entrance of a sophisticated host, who solemnly greeted the audience and immediately set a dignified tone for the entire event. Introducing herself as the hostess of the evening, she filled the room with an atmosphere of anticipation, skillfully warming up the guests' interest in the upcoming lots. Wishing everyone luck in their quest to win the coveted trophies, she inspired the audience, who responded with loud, approving applause. The girl presented the first item, a scroll with epic skills. It was a very rare lot. The lot's price started at 500,000 yuan, but it rose rapidly in a very short time. After some time, it already reached 3 million, and the author of this huge bet was Jagani's father. Yellen watched the bidding with a slight smile, realizing how generously the father was spending money for the sake of his daughter's talents. He warned Lin Yui that his profession was an A-rank shadow blade, and any suitable item should be purchased without delay and without hesitation. The auctioneer announces a rare Imperial Dragon Ring. It increased the spirit by 30% and granted the passive skill Dragon Aura. The stakes began to rise rapidly. The hall exploded with excitement, and Yellen realized that the artifact was capable of completely changing the balance of power for all awakened. He pushed Lin Yui, urging him to immediately bid on such a rare and incredibly powerful ring. Lin Yui leaned towards his father and firmly stated that he wanted to get this ring with all his might. He really needed it. His father didn't hesitate for a second. He believed that spending 8 million to help his son pass the national exam with flying colors was a worthwhile investment. The auctioneer asked if anyone was willing to outbid, and when it seemed there were no takers, a new offer of 10 million suddenly came from the back rows. The room fell silent as Kenson's tall, imposing figure stepped forward, immediately drawing surprised glances from all around. Yellen instinctively retreated into the crowd, trying to blend in and not attract any attention from Kenson. Even a fleeting glance from Kenson could give away his presence, so it was vital for him to hide. He was a very dangerous man. Lin Yui's father asked what his group had done to anger Kenson so much, and he replied that his men had been killed by their subordinates, and he was demanding an apology for what had happened. The president remained calm and replied that he did not understand what was being discussed, but if Kenson was looking for conflict, then his corporation was not easy prey. Keeping his cool, he raised the bet to 12 million. Kenson, with a sinister grin, took the hint and decided to see who could hold out until the end. On the way out, he muttered to his assistant whether he had checked the car from the warehouse, and he nodded, confirming that there was no doubt it belonged to the corporation. Having received this confirmation, he coldly stated that the president should not blame him for all the consequences that would follow. A few moments later, the Emperor Dragon Ring was sold for 12 million, which was a very high price. The president offered the ring to Yellen. While Lin Yue was asking his father who Kenson was, the boy warned the president to be careful with this king of the underground. The Emperor Dragon Ring gave a 30% increase to spiritual power, increased luck by 10 points, and bestowed upon the wearer the blessing of dragon energy. Yellen put on the ring. A powerful flow of energy instantly filled his body, increasing his spirit parameters by 30% and strengthening his forbidden spells. Encouraged, he assured the president that even if he had to drag his son by force, he would ensure Lin Yue's admission to a prestigious academy. By the end of the auction, Lin Yue was exhausted and could barely move, as his father had bought up all the best items that caught Yellen's eye. Among them was the Azure Thunder Ring and the Molten Moon Necklace, which gave a 200 spirit bonus to mental-type spellcasters. The double beginning bracelet added 40 points to one's spiritual level, and wearing it unlocked a passive regeneration factor that gradually healed wounds. Yellen's eyes lit up. Now, even if someone saw his quick recovery, he would have an ironclad excuse. He then picked up the main trophy, the Falling Star Wars blade, which increased strength by 300 units. With this blade, he will finally be able to unleash the most powerful forbidden technique that he has long wanted to use. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Jagani was lounging in her bath, relaxing after a hard day. Irritated, she couldn't understand why the Lin Yue family was so attracted to this coward Yellen, on whom they had spent a fortune, and began to suspect hidden intentions. At that moment, the maid reported to the girl that the man she was looking for had arrived, and this made her very happy. Jagani thought that there was fresh news about the mysterious stranger and asked that the guests wait for her in the living room for now. Having gone downstairs, the girl immediately asked her friend if there was any news about the mysterious stranger who interested her so much. The girl introduced her to an investigator who had information. The man confirmed this, but said that his news was very bad. Jagani's heart sank, and she immediately demanded an explanation, wanting to know all the details of what had happened. The inspector reported a fire in a warehouse where several people died, and traces of karma fire remained at the site, which suggests the involvement of a stranger. The bureau wanted the girl to help with the investigation, but Jagani angrily defended the stranger, vehemently declaring that he was not a murderer and had saved her life. The girl's friend hastened to calm her down. The inspector continued his story. The guy used the flame of karma and destroyed the 8th rank fighter with one blow. After which the man makes an assumption that, according to their data, there is a high probability that the mysterious stranger is Yellen. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She asked the investigator if he was joking. Yellen, he was just a coward and a whiner, and he ran away right before her eyes. Activating the lie detector skill, the inspector's pupils flickered a faint blue color. He asked the girl if she was sure of her words. Jagani confirms that this is true. She has seen Yellen's skills, and he definitely cannot be that noble stranger. The inspector was rarely wrong in recognizing lies. He believed the girl, thanked her for her cooperation, and asked her to immediately report any new information. It was time to test the new equipment. Lin Yui brought Yellen to the official center of the Awakened Association for training. The receptionist greeted the young people and asked if they would like to have a workout that evening. After which the woman asked the guy what level he was, and upon learning that he was 16th, she offered him a standard training room at 100,000 yuan per hour. Lin Yui waited outside while the staff member escorted Yellen into the training room, which turned out to be very spacious, with a row of mannequins in the middle. The hall was made of special materials. It was able to withstand the full force of the attack. This also applied to the training dummies. As soon as the door closed, Yellen looked around carefully, made sure there were no strangers or cameras around, and took out the falling star blade. The guy resolutely began to move forward, deciding to first try out this blade in tandem with the Yangshuo technique. The sword strike was accompanied by a deafening roar in the hall. At that moment, Yellen was like a god of war, unleashing hundreds of consecutive blows. As Yellen continued testing the rest of the equipment along with his forbidden spells, a slight vibration could be felt outside. Lin Yui explained to the employee that Yellen sometimes gets carried away during training because exams were approaching, and soon the guy came out to ask if he would have to pay for the damaged property. The girl initially thought Yellen was joking, since the training hall was designed for level 40. However, upon discovering that almost the entire room was completely destroyed, she covered her mouth with her hand in shock. The mannequins were cut and charred. Not a single one remained standing. All of them were destroyed by his power. At the same time, at the Lin Yue family residence, 2 guards at the entrance were suddenly attacked by an unknown assailant. One of the guards had his neck pierced with a thin, poisoned needle, while he clutched his throat in agony. The second guard anxiously asked what was happening, but did not have time to react. Hands appeared from the shadows behind him, and a moment later his neck was broken with a crunch. The president heard a suspicious noise in his office and anxiously wondered what had happened. At that moment, the old butler ran in, opened the door, and begged his master to run away immediately. He wanted to explain something, but a huge blade suddenly pierced his body and took his life. Kensen appeared on the threshold. In a mocking voice, he said that they met again, and now he would take revenge on him. The president flared up with rage and instantly pulled out his pistol, wanting to shoot the dangerous adversary. Before he could fire, Kensen's blade flashed and severed both of the president's hands, causing him to cry out in pain. Stepping on the president's head with his boot, Kensen asked if he was an idiot for using a firearm against an awakened person. At that moment, his subordinate appears in the room and tells the boss that they haven't found the 2 guys they need. Kensen continues to press his boot on the president's head and swears rudely at his subordinate. He asks if they couldn't find those 2 young bastards, after which he orders the president to be taken away and wishes for him to live a little longer in order to make him suffer. Meanwhile, the young people slowly made their way to the president's villa, unaware of what had happened. Lin Yui wonders why there is no light anywhere, while Yellen immediately sensed that something was wrong. The guards who were supposed to be on duty have disappeared without a trace, and the huge building is plunged into darkness and deafening silence. Suddenly, Yellen smelled a thick, nauseating smell of blood in the air and immediately ran inside, fearing the worst. The guy told his friend to get ready and be prepared for the worst, and then flicked the switch, turning on the lights in the house. A bright light illuminated a chilling scene, with the mangled bodies of the president's family's guards and servants lying around. Lin Yui recoiled in horror. His body turned pale, and his mind refused to accept the reality of what was happening. The guy quietly said that this was not his home. Yellen ordered him to be careful, but the young man no longer heard anything and rushed to his father's office in a mad panic. The guy looked around carefully and noticed a note lying in plain sight on a nearby table. Yellen picked it up and called out to Lin Yue, who ran over to him, trembling with rage, to read the message. The message said that if Lin Yue wanted to save his father, he had to bring Yellen to the underground black market. Lin Yue tore the note into pieces and vowed to kill the bastard with his own hands. Yellen tries to stop the guy. He says that since everything happened because of him, he will save the president himself, and the guy needs to find a safe place to hide. Lin Yue begins to fiercely refuse, and Yellen has no choice but to incapacitate the guy with one clear and professional blow. The guy asks to trust him and declares that he will definitely return his father alive. After this, he placed the unconscious body of the young man on the sofa and immediately left the villa, going in search. Yellen said they would soon find out how scary a person with nothing to lose can be. The entrance to one of the booths at the underground market was guarded by heavily armed guards, ready for any attack. A black shadow glided silently across the night sky, Yellen trying to disappear into the darkness without disturbing a single sentry. Although security was everywhere, the guy still had a chance to sneak in unnoticed and catch the insidious mafia off guard. But as soon as this thought flashed through his head, the next moment one of the squad leaders sharply turned his head in his direction. The guy tensed up, his disguise was impeccable. Yellen couldn't understand how he was so easily discovered, because he was extremely careful and attentive. The man pointed a gun at the guy with a haughty grin and asked him what century he lived in if he wore black clothes at night. The man then pointed to a hidden camera directly above the intruder's head. Only now did Yellen notice that the entire space was covered in a network of cameras with infrared night vision sensors. Yellen had made a mistake, but it didn't matter anymore since he had been discovered, which meant that the witnesses could not be left alive. Realizing that secrecy was no longer necessary, the young man activated the forbidden spell. The guy had already used his right kidney, and this time he was about to donate his left, but he was immediately overcome by terrible, unbearable pain. The guards immediately point their guns at Yellen and say among themselves that the boss told them that something was wrong with this guy. After which the guards open fire, but Yellen, with unnatural ease, dodges all the bullets flying straight at him. The brightly flaring glow gradually fades. Two guards try to attack him from the flanks, moving forward. Before they could even comprehend anything, Yellen suddenly sped up, grabbed their faces, and flames erupted from his palms. Following this, their bodies were consumed by karmic flames, leaving no chance for salvation. After a few seconds of heart-rending screams, only charred remains remained of both of them. And Yellen, without looking back, continued to move forward. The young man mentally vows to himself that he will definitely take revenge on the mafia boss. Suddenly, he senses a foreign energy and realizes that it is the radiation of a windmaster above level 30. As Yellen approached the main entrance, he noticed two people who were clearly waiting for him. The man smirkingly called him an insolent bastard who dared to come here alone. In response, Yellen drew his blade and coldly said that they were out of luck. Now they would have to deal with his weapon. The moment the blade left the sheath, the boy activated a new, powerful curse that gave him strength. Awakening the wind magic, the enemy rushed forward, vowing to wipe that arrogant smile from Yellen's face. With great difficulty, Yellen parried the first blow and jumped to the side. At that moment, a second opponent appeared behind him, and his situation immediately became very critical. Fortunately, the magic dance technique allowed Yellen not only to dodge, but also to counterattack with his blade. Although the boy's speed was impressive, his counterpunches were still too weak, and both opponents began to mock his skill. However, Yellen asked his opponents not to rejoice and to be patient, because they would see his true art very soon. The enemy managed to block the next blow again. Bright flashes of energy flew in all directions, illuminating the street. When Yellen made his fourth swing, which the opponents parried together, they noticed something strange. His attacks were becoming more powerful with each blow. The fifth blow was followed by a sixth, and the enemy's sword shattered into pieces, unable to withstand its colossal force. The second fighter realized in horror that they were completely powerless against the power of only the 8th level, and that death awaited them. Yellen felt the full intensity of the 8th blow and clutched his chest in piercing pain. The young man slowly approaches the mercenary who is pinned against the wall. He pressed himself against the wall and asked in horror what kind of technique it was and why it was gaining strength with each new blow. Yellen gives his opponent a determined look and boldly declares that he will never know about this. The sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh is heard, and the mercenary's blood gushed out like a fountain in all directions. His partner let out a heart-rending scream. The man tells the guy that he is not a man, but a real demon. Yellen didn't say a word and activated the blazing rebirth curse, which quickly incinerated the enemy's body. The guy looks closely at his defeated enemy and confirms his earlier ominous promise. No one will leave here alive. After which, the young man leaves the battlefield, leaving behind 2 charred and smoking corpses. He entered the huge building and, without wasting any precious time, immediately destroyed everyone who got in his way. During the process, he encountered fighters above level 30, but they proved powerless in the face of the master of forbidden spells. His skills made it much easier to eliminate high-level opponents, giving him a huge advantage in combat. For every victory, Yellen paid a high price. His body was destroyed. His internal organs suffered severe damage that would have killed any ordinary person. Soon, a serious obstacle stood in his way. A huge man stood in front of him like a giant mountain and clutched a giant battle axe in his hands. The man had a powerful, blood-chilling aura emanating from him, and he grinned and remarked that the boy was quite brave, asking him what secret he was keeping. Looking at Yellen, whose body was covered with marks from knives, bullets, clubs, and swords, the giant reflected on his incredible vitality. The axe, weighing hundreds of kilograms, made no impression on Yellen. The giant ignored his request to put the weapon away and, rushing forward, delivered a crushing blow. The impact literally shook the entire building, scattering concrete debris in all directions. It was an incredible force. Yellen gritted his teeth and instantly activated the blazing rebirth spell, preparing to fight to the very end. Seeing this, the brute snorted in displeasure and asked how long the boy could last, burning his life force in exchange for immense fighting power. Suddenly, he rushed at the guy with the axe, bringing down a blow with such force that it seemed the building might be completely destroyed. The young man deftly dodges all the blows, but the giant does not slow down and continues to furiously attack him. Yellen parries another blow that sends him flying far to the side, barely able to stay on his feet. Coughing up blood, the young man admits that this level 42nd fighter is still not so simple, and it will be difficult to deal with him. The man continues to attack and states that the guy's technique simply amuses him. He has never seen a master of forbidden spells with a combat sword. The guy's huge advantage in this fight was his immortality, which gave him a second chance to win. At this moment, the enemy used a new attack, delivering a blow that was impossible to avoid. The guy didn't have time to dodge. The huge axe crashed into his collarbone. The crunch of breaking bones was heard. The energy of the blow threw him to the side, and he fell heavily to the ground. A huge giant slowly approaches a brutally beaten guy who can barely stand on his feet. He noted with slight disappointment that he had only just begun to warm up, and Yellen was already defeated. The guy agreed with this assessment. In a fight with a close combat expert, his sword skills turned out to be insufficient. Meanwhile, the guy had an ace up his sleeve. He began to slowly get up and sacrificed absolutely everything: his liver, left lung, stomach, and right kidney. He made an unimaginable sacrifice to cast the forbidden spell of life and death. And when the crushing energy fell upon the brute, he was overcome with all-consuming terror. A powerful flash of energy illuminated the entire surrounding space, causing him to become frightened. A gigantic fiery energy crashed down on the huge man, causing monstrous, incredible destruction. In less than a second, the upper half of his body evaporated, turning to dust. Under the influence of energy pressure, it scattered throughout the room. All that remained was the lower part of his body and his hand, tightly gripping the huge axe that was his pride. Groaning in pain, Yellen slowly climbed to the next floor. He felt slightly dizzy. The guy sacrificed a huge number of organs for this powerful attack. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the same building, Kenson was leisurely spending time with one of his many women, enjoying the evening. Although he had been informed of the intruder's entry, he was confident that his security was more than sufficient to deal with any madman who dared to break into his establishment. A woman nearby suggests playing with her new toy, but before they can begin their fun, a huge impact knocks the front doors off their hinges. The young man bursts into the suite like an enraged bull, and immediately from the doorway he asks Kenson where the association president is. The man is extremely angry and doesn't understand how this puppy managed to get to him through all the building's security. The boy declares that all his men are dead, after which he draws his sword and leaps high into the air to deliver the killing blow. Kensen just laughed in response to the brat's insolence and declared that almost everyone in the city was afraid of him, after which the man suddenly moves forward and grabs the young man by the throat with an iron grip. The man continues to squeeze the guy's throat and loudly declares that he should learn one important lesson: never mess with him again. Annoyed at having to waste his time on such a worthless person, the man casually tosses Yelin's lifeless body onto the floor by the wall. However, to his surprise, this little bastard was not dead, but even found the strength to get back on his feet. Kensen, amazed that all the wounds on the boy's body have mysteriously healed, quietly asks himself how this is possible, because he was sure that he had inflicted fatal injuries on the young man. Again and again, the man repeated in surprise that this could not be, because the boy had died before his eyes from strangulation. Yelin just chuckled at Kensen's hysteria, wondering why he had to be dead if he hadn't even had time to really have fun yet. The next second, Yelin sacrificed his left eye and activated the curse of the Eye of Eternal Freeze. Kensen realized with horror that he couldn't move. His feet seemed to be rooted to the floor. He looks at his feet and notices with horror how quickly the ice binds his entire body, preventing him from moving. The young man demands to know immediately where the president is. He does not intend to wait any longer. Kensen ignores his question, and Yelin states that he will bitterly regret this, after which he activates the blazing rebirth spell. The man's hands are instantly engulfed in a bright energy flame, and he begins to scream loudly in pain. At that moment, a loud sound is heard behind the guy. The president is on his knees, and the girl holds a loaded pistol to his head. She demanded that Yelin immediately release Kensen, otherwise she would kill him. Her words sounded decisive. A girl's loud voice is heard. She declares that she will now kill the hostage. Yelin notices that this girl has character. He put out the flames and offered to exchange hostages. The guy began to slowly approach, but the girl screamed at him not to come closer, otherwise she would shoot. The arrogant Kensen said he didn't need the woman's help and ordered her to leave. But at that very moment, she pulled the trigger and 3 bullets hit Yelin in the stomach, chest, and shoulder, instantly knocking him to the ground. The woman rushed to Kensen, but he called her a fool for not leaving and claimed that the puppy she shot was not dead. Shocked by this unexpected discovery, she didn't even have time to come to her senses before Yelin had already stood up and was resolutely heading towards the president. Then, as if it were a casual matter, he used an external freezing spell to incapacitate her without harming her. Instantly, both of the woman's hands are cuffed along with the gun, her false bravado gone, replaced by immense shock. Suddenly, Kensen began to beg the guy, demanding that he leave the woman alone, and stated that she had absolutely nothing to do with this matter. However, he doesn't have time to finish his sentence, as the guy suddenly swings his blade and Kensen's head flies off to the side. The girl starts screaming loudly, but Yelin completely ignores her and says in a quiet voice that the dead man was making too much noise. The guy continues to ignore the woman's hysteria and heads straight to the president, wanting to free him. At this moment, the woman, realizing her complete powerlessness, desperately asks the question, "Is the young man really going to kill her?" In response, Yelin sighs heavily and tells her that he never kills women and he does not intend to do so now. Having hoisted the unconscious body of the president onto his shoulder, the guy heads for the exit, ordering the woman to get out of here immediately. The girl continued to stand motionless in place, completely stunned by what she had heard and lost the power of speech. It remains unknown whether she obeyed Yelin's order and left the building or not, but after the cleanup, the entire building erupted in hellish flames. The next day, there was relief at the Lin Yu family residence as the president finally woke up after emergency treatment. He tried to calm his son and assured him that as long as he was alive, their family was in no danger. After which he cast a curious glance at Yelin, since he himself did not remember anything due to the coma. The man asked how Yelin managed to save him. The guy replied that he himself did not understand, because his friend pulled him out, who then burned the black market to the ground. The president was immensely grateful for his rescue, but he still wondered where this mysterious friend Lin Yi had come from and why he had never heard of him. Yelin continued to develop his fictional story about Lin Yi just as 3 men in formal suits and dark glasses appeared in the room. The guy became noticeably nervous because he never expected that the investigative bureau agents would appear with such rapidity. A man in uniform handed him an official arrest warrant and said he was now suspected of involvement in the city's biggest murder. The officer demanded to follow him. Yelin silently agreed, understanding the risk. Lin Yui demanded an explanation, but the president assured that he would get him out with the help of the best lawyers. Meanwhile, in the Jagani family's luxurious villa, a completely different scene was unfolding as the father knocked on the door of his daughter's room to tell her the news about Lin Yi. Hearing this name, the girl was overwhelmed with delight, as if she had received the best gift in her life, because she was literally obsessed with this mysterious stranger. With a slight reproach, the father reminded his daughter that a senior officer from the Bureau of Investigation was already waiting for her in the living room downstairs, and that she should change for this important meeting. While the joyful girl was feverishly rummaging through the wardrobe, the father silently left the room and sighed heavily from inner anxiety. Taking a small key out of his pocket, the man noted to himself that he never expected Yellen to be able to single-handedly eliminate the powerful Kensen. However, now he was worried about something completely different, because his own time was rapidly running out, and he constantly wondered when Yellen would turn to him for help. Meanwhile, Yellen was taken to the main building of the Investigation Bureau and placed in a solitary confinement cell. A tall officer whose face was hidden in shadow entered. Maintaining an outward calm, Yellen firmly told the officer that he would not utter a single word until his official lawyer arrived. Although he was perfectly aware that all the president's connections would prove clearly insufficient given the scale of the tragedy that had occurred. The guy didn't have time to finish his thought. The irritated stranger roughly grabbed him by the clothes and lifted him into the air. With great force, the man threw the boy into the opposite wall, after which, in a thunderous voice, he ordered him to immediately tell where that very thing was. The guy didn't understand what they were talking about, and only asked in surprise what exactly was required of him. The officer, with icy calm, reminded him of the key he had taken from the defeated Kensen. That day at the black market, Yellen took nothing to avoid leaving a trace. But now, realizing the danger, he decided to play a game to buy time. In a choked voice, he said that he had the key, but not with him, and if the man did not stop, he would never get it. After which the man punched him in the face. Yellen originally planned to take refuge in the Investigation Bureau until the exams under the protection of the law, but the place that seemed safe turned out to be a dangerous lair of criminals. Yellen asked permission to call, then dialed the number and vowed to avenge the insult tenfold. 10 minutes later, another person entered the cell. It was Jagani's father, who had come to sort out the situation with the detained boy. Having crossed the threshold, he immediately interrupted the officer's flattering speech and declared that he had brought the very key that he desperately needed. The man handed over the key without ceremony, and on the way out, the officer asked why he was helping this brat, to which Chen Xin coldly replied that it was none of his business and the deal was complete. The officer muttered an incoherent apology and left. Yellen was happy, although he wondered where Chen Xin got the key from and what kind of situation he had gotten himself into. Yellen thanked the man for saving him, because without him, he would have been in danger. He warned that if the secret of immortality was revealed, a hunt would begin for his head. This revelation hit Yellen like a sledgehammer to the head, and he was left wondering what to do in this hopeless situation. Is the only way out really to destroy another witness who knows about his secret? The guy looked embarrassed and asked what immortality he was talking about, but Chen Xin didn't believe him. At that moment, Yellen was thinking about whether to strike him with hellish thunder. Gengxin states that the boy's eyes just flashed with killing intent, and he wonders if it was directed at him. So then he guessed right. The guy really does have immortality, and this impresses him very much. While Yellen was considering his next steps, the man remembered an old legend about the owner of a priceless gift who was very weak. Yellen asks him what he wants. In response, the man asks his question. Is Yellen ready to become his student? His time is running out, and he wants to tell him something very important. The intrigued guy begins to wonder what these important matters are. In response, Qianxin takes out another key from his jacket, exactly like the one he just handed to the officer. The guy was surprised. Did this man really have two mysterious keys? Smiling, Qianxin told the guy that he gave the officer a fake that his old master made. And this item is real, the ancient key of the apocalypse, which has incredible power. The key emitted an ancient, mysterious aura, and the man explained that originally there were no monsters in the world, nor anyone who changed their profession to combat classes. The gates opened, and demons entered the world, scattering artifacts of the source to different corners of the world, each of them giving incredible power, and the key of the apocalypse opened the way. Qianxin once again asks Yellen if he is ready to become his disciple. The guy thought about it. Now that his secret is revealed, apparently, he has no choice. Qianxin laughed and placed his hand on Yellen's shoulder in a friendly manner. With his current strength, if he entered the Supreme Academy, his future would truly be limitless. The man smiled slightly embarrassedly and asked Yellen to take care of his daughter after his death. He wanted the student to protect her from any threats. Hearing such a request, the young man was a little taken aback. He could not even imagine who would dare to offend his daughter, whom he silently called a small tyrannosaurus. Scratching the back of his head, the boy hastened to assure his new mentor that he would certainly live a long time and probably overcome the 100-year life barrier. Qiangxin only chuckled in response to these words and walked out of the cell. The guy silently followed him down the bureau corridor. Perhaps the young man himself did not suspect that Qianxin was much older than he looked. The action moves to the Qianxin ancestral villa. Jagani loudly and dumbfoundedly declared that she did not expect that her father would ever take such a coward and scoundrel as a disciple. She demanded that Yellen leave her house immediately, but he didn't care, and he calmly crossed his arms over his chest, suggesting that he ask his father everything. Hearing the noise, the father came downstairs, wondering why his little princess was making such a scene. Jagani immediately asks what this coward is doing in their house and why his father allowed him in here at all. To the girl's surprise, Qianxin confirmed that he had indeed accepted Yellen as a disciple, so her classmate was telling the truth. Before he could explain the reasons for his decision, the irritated girl interrupted him sharply and loudly asked if her father had gone crazy. She turns around abruptly and leaves the room, saying that if this idiot stays in the house, she will no longer be here. Yellen asked if he needed to accompany the girl. The man smiled and replied that she was not in any danger in the city. He also asked the young man not to take her harsh words to heart, as she was simply very emotional, after which he apologized on behalf of his daughter. The man handed a small wooden box to the young man. It was very simple and inconspicuous. Upon closer inspection of the object, goosebumps ran across the young man's skin. It was the illusion mask, which, when worn, could completely change one's appearance. She could change her voice and even her energy radiation, and now the student, having donned this priceless mask, would be able to act covertly and at full strength, without the risk of being recognized. Early the next morning, before the exam began, Yellen went into the academy grounds and headed to the assembly area. As soon as he saw him, Lin Yue rushed to meet him and was relieved that his elder brother had arrived in time. The guy said that he knew important news. Yellen became Qianxin's disciple and helped solve problems with the Shadow King of the black market. Jagani, who was nearby, snorted loudly and gave Yellen an icy look. She was sure that her father had simply fallen for the bait of this vile scoundrel. For her, he is still a vile scoundrel. The girl assures him that she will find the real Lin Yi during the trials and does not believe his words. At this moment, transport begins to arrive at the gates of the academy to pick up the students. The director greeted everyone gathered and congratulated them on their change of status. After finishing his speech, he received thunderous applause. The students poured onto the buses, and after half an hour's journey, they arrived at their destination, with the colossal city wall looming before them. Buses from other high schools pulled up to the gathering place one after another, and 10 minutes later, all the graduates from the various institutions got off the transport and gathered near the gate. As he left the bus, Yellen reminded Lin Yue one last time to stick to the original plan and always be by his side. The instructor announced that once the gates opened, all candidates would have to cross about 10 kilometers of uninhabited wasteland to reach the entry point. If someone encounters a ferocious monster, they will only be able to survive by relying on their own strength. At that moment, the giant gate doors begin to slowly slide open. As soon as the opening became wide enough, the candidates rushed forward. The girl decisively declared to Yellen that she would not lose and would prove her case. Many mentors watched the proceedings from the top of the wall, one of whom offered a bet on how many students from their province would be admitted to the academy. The director noted that there were 5 of them last year and assumed that now there would be at least 7. Meanwhile, in the open field beyond the wall, the candidates sensed the fetid air, saturated with the smell of dead monsters. The stench was so foul that many of the examinees could not hold back their urge to vomit, at which moment the roar of a monster was heard nearby. A giant lizard, over 3 meters tall and covered in armored skin, appeared before them. Most of the candidates panicked and scattered, but the lizard was incredibly fast and covered tens of meters in one leap, catching up with them. The mentors on the wall remained calm, and some were disappointed that their students were only afraid of the 11th level demon lizard. At that moment, Yellen rushed towards the bloodthirsty lizard, ordering everyone to step aside so as not to interfere with his fight. The demonic creature, which had caused everyone to run away in fear, instantly lost its limbs and turned into a writhing monster. The guy did not let up the pressure and continued his chopping attacks, which greatly surprised the observers. The mentors were dumbfounded when they saw such a formidable blade in the boy's hands, because it was a weapon of a rare level. What amazed them even more was that Yellen, being a 16th level forbidden spellcaster, easily dealt with the enemy. They were surprised that the young man did not finish off the monster. At that moment, Yellen calmly called Lin Yue and ordered him to finish the fight. The giant reptile was unable to resist, and Lin Yue easily finished off the monster, and for their combined efforts, both young men received 40 experience points. The students present were greatly surprised by this. Yellen used the monster as a tool to level up his partner. The candidates had a desire to ask Yellen to take them on as students. Jagani, casting a cold glance at him, was confident that she would now be able to surpass him. In her opinion, the reason for the defeat in the secret abode was her careless attitude, and this time she will not give her opponent a chance. The next monster on the way was neutralized after a few swings of the blade. Yellen dealt powerful blows, and as soon as the enemy was seriously wounded, his protege would run up and deliver the finishing blow with his sword. Under Yellen's leadership, Lin Yui's level rapidly increased, and he quickly reached level 8, which was considered an incredible achievement. Lin Yui was completely delighted by what was happening and could barely contain his emotions, beaming with joy. Yellen calmly warned him not to rush to conclusions and not to rejoice prematurely. There were few monsters left near the city wall, and to further level up they had to go deeper into the forest, into a more dangerous zone. Hearing this, Lin Yui asked if there weren't any level 20 or 30 monsters waiting for them in the depths. The guy replied that he could deal with such monsters without any difficulty, and they shouldn't be afraid of them. The young people moved further and further into the forest, their main goal being the Supreme Academy. Meanwhile, on the city wall, the director was very nervous. The young cultivator's decision to go deep into the wasteland with Lin Yue did not meet with his approval. In his opinion, Yellen had acted recklessly. But given his current level, his admission to the academy was practically a foregone conclusion. Soon, 2 level 20 monsters appeared in front of the young people. Yellen warned his partner to be extremely careful, as either of the two could take their lives, and the guy promised to keep a safe distance. Yellen leaps into the air and sacrifices one of his organs to summon Hell Lightning, a spell so powerful that its force can crush monsters. Suddenly, the young man realizes that such technology is incredibly energy-consuming and requires enormous expenditure, so he understands that it is impossible to use it constantly. Instantly, the monsters are struck by a gigantic bolt of lightning, turning their bodies into torn and charred remains that no longer pose a threat. Lin Yue is impressed by the guy. He is amazed that he managed to destroy 2 level 20 monsters with just one blow. Yellen replies that the most interesting things are ahead of them. At this moment, an examiner appears in front of them and states that they are not allowed to leave the perimeter of the examination area without permission. Hearing this, Yellen frowned, but he did not dispute the examiner's prohibition, understanding his motives. Suddenly, the young man froze in place and began to stare intently at something that was located directly behind the observer. A huge shadow began to cover the young people. Yellen asked the observer to immediately look back, sensing danger. However, the examiner merely disdainfully ignored his request, deciding that the boy was trying to distract him and escape with his partner into the restricted area. Yellen continued to insist that he turn around, and before the examiner could add anything, a loud roar came from behind him. His face twisted in horror as he finally turned around and saw a gigantic level 33 goblin monster standing behind him. The goblin held a huge club in his hands, and he brought the weapon down with fury on the examiner, who managed to react at the very last moment and avoid the fatal blow. A giant wave threw the young people in different directions. Yellen began to loudly curse at the examiner, calling him a stupid ass. When Yellen suggested that the boy run while he distracted the monster, the young man objected that it was pointless, and then an irritated Yellen sped him up with a powerful kick. Yellen was thinking wildly about how difficult it would be to deal with the goblin without revealing his powers, and this worried him. At that moment, a huge mace struck just a meter away from him, shaking the ground around him. The examiner could hardly stay on his feet and ordered Yellen to also flee, and he needed to send a distress signal. Before the man could insist on his demand to leave the area, a huge mace fell on him. Yellen had to save this stubborn man a second time, after which he finally lost consciousness from pain and shock. The observer was seriously injured by the goblin's surprise attack, but was still breathing. He managed to launch a distress signal into the air, and a bright flash lit up the sky. Yellen is upset that the examiner managed to send a signal, because if he had simply passed out, the guy would have been less at risk of being discovered. Two observers immediately appeared nearby and immediately entered into combat with the goblin. The girl philosophically noted that it had happened after all. Her words sounded calm, as if confirming the inevitability of what was happening. Her partner ordered all the participants of the exam to stay away to avoid accidental injuries and not to interfere with them in the final fight. Yellen replies that he understands the orders and promises to take care of the wounded examiner, who needs to be urgently evacuated from the danger zone. Meanwhile, the observers continue their fierce battle with the huge monster. Yellen pulled the unconscious examiner aside, and a daring idea suddenly popped into his head. He took out a small box containing an illusory mask and decided that now was the time to test its power in action. Taking the mask out of the box, he slowly brought it to his face, preparing to completely change his own appearance. After putting it on, in a moment he turned into an exact copy of the unconscious examiner, including even the deep wound on his face. The observer girl informs her comrade that the monster must be destroyed as quickly as possible in order not to interfere with the exam. Meanwhile, the goblin desperately tried to break free and fight off her colleague. The observer is indignant that this impudent creature can disrupt a very important exam. At that moment, when the observer was about to deliver the decisive blow, Yellen, disguised as his colleague, offered his assistance. Having clashed with a level 33 goblin, Yellen did not hold back. He activated the forbidden spell Eternal Flame of Existence. The bright energy formed a huge sphere, after which the boy brought it down on the monster, causing a powerful, destructive explosion. For killing a level 33 goblin, the team received 220 experience points, and also dropped an item called the Talisman of Symbiosis. Yellen looks closely at the artifact, fascinated by its sparkling appearance. The guy was surprised. The chance of an item dropping after defeating a monster was extremely low, and he was incredibly lucky. The two observers were unhappy that Yellen intervened and killed the monster. They were outraged that the guy suddenly burst in and stole the victory from them. The man demanded to know which department Yellen was from and what his name was. But the guy calmly replied that his good deed did not require publicity and asked to simply call him a good guy. The man was still seething with indignation, but his partner tried to calm him down and suggested that they first clean up the area and then deal with the inspector. Of course, the young man was not at all worried. He understood that once he took off his mask, it would be impossible to find him. The current location on the map showed that Yellen was still deep in the uninhabited wasteland, and that suited him. Returning to the unconscious examiner, he returned the clothes and badge to the unconscious man, after which he continued to admire how good the mask was. The dropped item proved incredibly useful when used correctly. Its power could change the course of events. The Symbiosis Talisman could only be used on 2 transfers with a difference of no more than 10 units. At that moment, the young man heard desperate cries for help coming from the depths of the forest. It was Lin Yui who was being chased by a level 13 Anubis, his life hanging by a thread. The huge monster was rapidly approaching the guy and raising its massive scythe to strike. But before the long, curved blade could reach the young man, he was suddenly pulled aside, saved from certain death. The scythe cut through the air with a whistle and flew very close to Lin Yue, almost touching his body. Seeing Yellen, the young man was delighted and said with relief that he was okay. After which the guy asked what happened to the goblin. Yellen replied that there was no need to worry, since 2 other observers had already finished him off. Then Yellen extended his hand with the Symbiosis Talisman and told the guy not to move his hand under any circumstances. Their fingers connected in a strong lock. A deep blush appeared on Lin Yui's face, and he began to speculate about why Yellen didn't like the maids in his villa. Meanwhile, Yellen pulled his hand away, cursed loudly, and asked irritably what he was even thinking about at such a critical moment. Even Anubis seemed to be stunned by this statement, but the next moment a sharp blade cut him into pieces. Under the influence of the talisman, the young people received 130 experience points. All that remained of the huge 3-meter-tall, furious monster were thin stripes of dark fog. Amazed by the power of the artifact, Lin Yui asked Yellen where he got such a treasure, because such things cannot be bought even for a lot of money. The talisman worked, and Yellen sent the boy out to hunt alone, because he certainly wasn't going to fight someone with such vile thoughts in their head. Lin Yue tried to make excuses, but Yellen told him to leave and go away, saying that he did not intend to waste his precious time on him anymore. Yellen states that you should level up on your own to make the most of the experience-sharing effect. Meanwhile, nearby, a group of students surrounded a huge 10th-level werewolf. Suddenly, a giant shadow rushed past them at great speed, and they didn't even have time to understand what happened. The next moment, Bright flashes of lightning fell upon the clearing and burned 3 monsters to ashes at once. One of the students told his friend that he knew this forbidden spellcaster who took first place in the test. The 2 students were amazed because the boy instantly recovered from his wounds, and they decided that the artifact on his wrist was the cause. Yellen clearly understands that under no circumstances should he reveal the secret of his immortality, and he needs to be extremely careful. At that moment, a huge minotaur runs out of the forest, waving his giant mace. Yellen continued to destroy the monsters while the rest of the students ran in terror, saving their lives. Participants are deeply afraid of the level 21st monster, who is no joke, as he can kill with one blow. This is only to Yellen's advantage. The guy is inspired, because he will be able to destroy powerful monsters without unnecessary witnesses. Since the start of the exams, his level had been growing at a rapid pace. The boy had no doubt that under the influence of the artifact, he would be able to gain a sufficient amount of experience. Thinking that all these monsters are now his, Yellen cuts off the head of another monster. The bloody massacre doesn't end, and the guy destroys another group of level 20 monsters. After destroying another enemy, Yellen receives a notification that he earns another 1,000 experience points. Lin Yui feels great joy and surprise when looking at the statistics, because his boss has created a real meat grinder. Meanwhile, the director and other instructors' eyes were glued to the huge screen where Yellen was fighting a level 20 Minotaur. They had seen strong candidates before, but this was the first time they had seen someone actively seeking out and exterminating monsters. At this time, a group of students appeared at the gate. A young man boasted of his success because someone had destroyed everyone and they would reach the portal without any problems. The distance from the city gates to the teleportal was 10 kilometers, and the group of students had already covered most of the way. They didn't encounter a single monster along the way, and they considered it lucky because they didn't have to fight, and the real trials would begin only upon entering the portal. Yellen also heads towards the portal, feeling slightly disappointed because despite numerous fights, his level has only risen to 18. In any case, the entrance exam is still ahead. The guy is moving along a flying staircase towards a huge portal. As one approached it, one could sense the vibrations of a mysterious force, the pulsation of spatial magic. The young man freezes for a moment, captivated by the giant structures he sees. Yellen looked around and saw Lin Yui, who rushed towards him and tried to hug him without holding back his emotions. The boy pushed him away in disgust, but Lin Yui didn't care, because the joy of his high level and almost guaranteed admission to the academy overwhelmed him. A little later, Jagani appeared next to the portal. The girl had a gloomy expression on her face. She had raised her level by only 2 points. The day was drawing to a close, and the sun was sending its last rays onto the majestic structures. A huge number of observers were stationed in different parts of the gigantic square, monitoring the movements of all the assembled candidates. At that moment, a man appeared at the stone pedestal and greeted all the candidates to get them ready for the exam. He confirmed that the exam on the outskirts was only a pass to the final test, and only those who survived this journey and made it here were allowed to take the final test. The entrance exam was divided into 2 parts: a comprehensive assessment of abilities and arena matches, which were to take place over the course of a single day. The comprehensive assessment consists of 10 stages, the maximum score for each of which is 10. The examiner awarded grades based on the results at each level, and candidates who scored 8 points or higher were allowed to compete in the arena. The use of equipment was permitted in arena fights, but the use of special items was prohibited and resulted in immediate disqualification. The expressions on the faces of all the candidates turned serious. They divided into groups of 10 and began to enter the examination halls. It was Yellen's turn. The young man stepped forward, and numerous electric discharges ran through his body. The guy believes that his time has come, and now he will create his own destiny. The observers were very nervous and sincerely wished the participants to pass this rigorous test, realizing that difficult trials lay ahead. The chief examiner stood on the platform and carefully studied the tablet in his hand. Suddenly, a girl appeared next to him. She was a representative of the academy and immediately began to apologize for being late. In response, the man smiled slightly and replied that there was no need for that. She had arrived just in time, not late for the exam. The girl asked the senior examiner if there were any outstanding individuals among the candidates, and he replied that he was impressed by Yellen, who had already reached level 18. The girl believes that this is already enough to enter the academy, although she understands that there may be problems with the guy's class, since he is a master of forbidden spells. The examiner regretfully agreed that Yellen would not live longer than 25 years, because without the gift of forbidden spells, he would have become a real dragon and a great success for the academy. Yellen slowly walked up to the magic ball and placed his hand on it to pass the first stage. At that very moment, a message appeared stating that the candidate had completed the first stage of the comprehensive assessment of his abilities and had successfully completed the task. The two men discussed Yellen's potential, wondering how he could have 480 points of strength, and came to the conclusion that he achieved it thanks to the forbidden equipment. The third stage of the comprehensive ability assessment was the attack assessment, and candidates were told to use their strongest attack skill. Upon hearing this, Yellen's first reaction was to sacrifice his organs to summon destructive thunder. However, he knew that such a sight would be too shocking and would reveal his secret, so he decided to use his weakest skill. After some thought, Yellen sacrificed his tonsils to summon a simple bolt of lightning. A powerful discharge instantly struck the dummies and blew them to pieces. Meanwhile, on the stone square, all the examiners were genuinely stunned to see the destroyed dummies. The observers were convinced that the dummies remained invulnerable to any attacks up to level 25, and therefore were perplexed as to how the guy managed to destroy them. The chief examiner speculates that he may have used a forbidden spell and believes the boy is acting very desperately during the exam. After completing the test, there were stages of assessing agility and the ability to dodge blows, which were very easy for him. Yellen then went through the instantaneous explosion force test, for which he received the maximum 10 points. The damage duration and energy concentration tests also earned the young man 10 points each. None of the stage tasks could stop Yellen. The guy quickly completed all the stages with the highest scores. The chief examiner continued to watch Yellen with regret. The boy used forbidden spells as if they were worthless. The chief examiner doubted that the boy would live to be 20, calling it a medical miracle, at which point a colleague suggested increasing the difficulty of the test. In this case, a young person can score the highest possible score and outpace all competitors for admission to the academy. The chief examiner regretfully says that this is not required. His argument is very simple and logical. A caster's power is fueled by the cost of their life, and the academy doesn't want to waste its resources on a person who will soon die. After completing the final level, Yellen walked out of the comprehensive assessment hall to find the area filled with excited students. Lin Yue, who had scored 96 points, immediately ran up to him and was delighted that he had reached the passing threshold. However, Yellen was unimpressed and asked why the guy didn't have the maximum score, to which Lin Yue scratched his head and explained that he had points taken off in his combat evaluation. Everyone was talking among themselves, comparing their scores. Many didn't even have 55, and they were worried that they wouldn't be able to enter the academy. Meanwhile, the chief examiner announces that Yellen took first place with the maximum score. Jagani took second place, and Lin Yue took fourth place. After this, the man announced that candidates who had scored 85 points could leave the hall, but such a departure would be considered a refusal to participate in the fights and would deprive them of points. At this moment, Jagani comes up to him. She does not agree with the results because she has the maximum score, and she asks why she is second. The girl's words raised doubts among the candidates, many considering it discrimination, but the examiner urged them to focus on the screen. All eyes turned to the test recordings, and although the girl's skill was at the highest level, she still had to put in a lot of effort to overcome the monster. The man then asked to pay attention to Yellen, who had managed to destroy a level 25 demonic wolf using just one skill. The students who were nearby were extremely surprised that the young man destroyed the wolf in literally 1 second. In the end, all the main contenders for first place were able to score exactly the same maximum number of points. However, after carefully watching the video, they finally realized why Jagani took second place despite having the same maximum score. Many of the students present could not hide their genuine amazement, as they were still very far from achieving such impressive results. The examiner then addressed the assembled crowd and asked if anyone had any objections to the officially announced final result. The square immediately fell into complete silence, as no one, not even the girl, dared to voice an objection. The examiner explained to those gathered that the fights in the special arena would begin in exactly half an hour, and advised everyone to rest and thoroughly prepare for the tournament. At this time, one of the mentors managed to tell the director the important news that 2 graduates had taken first place at once, which made the man very happy. When the principal was in an emotional high, the headmaster of a neighboring school reminded him that it was too early to rejoice, because a real test awaited them ahead. Fights in the arena. When exactly half an hour had passed, Yellen returned to the central square again, where he unexpectedly ran into Jagani. Their meeting lasted only a moment, but before leaving, the girl firmly told Yellen that she would not tolerate defeat. The young man didn't say a word, but in his thoughts he tried to understand what was really hidden behind her strange behavior. All the candidates who had passed the selection gathered in the arena, where the examiner announced that the pairs would be decided by lot, and that victory in the fight would earn 10 points. Lin Yui carefully looked over the entire list and breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that he wouldn't have to deal with Yellen anytime soon. The young man said goodbye to Lin Yue and sincerely wished him success in this serious test. Yellen entered the arena against a 10th level water mage and calmly advised the girl to give up before it was too late. However, she refused and stated that even if she was inferior in strength, she would not allow him to look down on her. Yellen just smiled, praising her for her bravery and reminding her that 85 points was a result that was extremely difficult for many students to achieve. After this, the young man quickly sacrificed his wisdom tooth and immediately summoned chaotic, destructive thunder. At that very moment, powerful lightning flashed around him, and dark clouds rapidly thickened above his head. After a brief moment, the lightning transformed into a furious dragon, rushing from the sky with terrifying speed. In that terrifying moment, Yellen looked like an ancient deity, powerfully commanding thunder, and the spectacle paralyzed the candidates. Illuminated by a bright blue aura, the young man began to rise into the air very slowly and smoothly. Seeing this development, one of the observers supervising this fight immediately intervened. He warned Yellen that killing during the tournament was strictly prohibited. Yellen had no intention of killing the girl. He just wanted to force her to immediately admit defeat. Under the terrifying pressure, she became so frightened that her legs gave way and she instantly collapsed to the ground. The guys standing nearby were outraged because they could not believe that Yellen brought such a beautiful girl to tears. The guy completely ignored their indignation and asked the loudly sobbing girl if she gave up. In the end, his opponent gave in and was immediately escorted out of the arena by an observer. The competition ended with the guy winning, and he received 10 experience points. The guy didn't expect at all that the girl would have such weak mental stability that she could be scared to tears. With the thought that he would definitely need to be more careful in the coming rounds, the guy decided to check out what was happening in other corners of the arena. The fights continued. One of the participants was determined to win, masterfully using his sharp weapon. Lin Yui swung his long sword confidently, and with his level, he didn't feel any pressure from the 8th rank opponent. Soon, observers announced the official results of the first round, and after a short 10-minute break, the second part of the fights began. In the second round, Yellen's opponent was a strong swordsman who was level 10. The guy was very puzzled by the fact that he would now have to confront Yellen, and despite the fact that the opponent was strong, he was still absolutely confident of his victory. As soon as the opponent drew his sword, Yellen's expression became extremely serious. He could not afford to underestimate the opponent, knowing his classes and skills. At the very moment when the referee officially announced the start of the fight, the swordsman suddenly announced his immediate surrender. Yellen was completely stunned and demanded an immediate explanation, because the young man had just spoken of his complete confidence in a quick victory. The guy confirmed everything he said, but explained that his opponent had misunderstood him. He was indeed confident that he would win, but not today, and certainly not now. The observer was very surprised by the outcome of this unusual duel, but was forced to officially acknowledge Yellen's victory and announce that the guy had received the next 10 experience points. The crowd was amazed to see Yellen win again without landing a single blow, and indeed, who would risk their lives challenging the master of forbidden spells? The third round soon arrived, and having learned the hard lessons of the previous two fighters, the next candidate made the crucial decision to quit before even taking the fight field. Obviously, no one wanted to engage in combat with such a monster, and by this point, Yellen was extremely frustrated that he hadn't managed to land a single blow. The disconcerted crowd lost interest, as Yellen's fights looked like a sham. He used a forbidden spell in the first round and frightened all subsequent opponents. Meanwhile, at the other end of the arena, a tense battle unfolded between two determined fighters of the 13th level. The opponents exchanged sharp and harsh words. One even threatened that his opponent's name would soon end up on the sad list of losers. The assembled spectators were greatly frightened by the intensity and power of the duel that unfolded between the two SSS-level masters. They watched everything that was happening on the big screen carefully and understood that, despite the fact that they were all new professions, the difference in their fighting skills was simply colossal. The examiners were also closely watching the progress of this duel, and the inspector quietly asked the man who, in his opinion, would ultimately achieve a deserved victory. The man explained to her that for him there was absolutely no intrigue in this duel, and the representative of the School of Fire Swords would definitely win. Under the influence of powerful and sudden attacks, the guy's opponent slowed down too much. He took advantage of this moment and unexpectedly pounced on him. Clutching his long spear tightly, the boy immediately launched a powerful blow at his opponent, but he deftly blocked it with his swords. Meanwhile, Yelin's fifth opponent also officially announced his surrender, and the tournament began to frankly and intensely bore the guy. At that moment, the young man noticed something unusual that immediately attracted his attention. It was a duel between Jigani and Lin Yue. The girl was hanging in the air and looking coldly at her opponent. Jigani is very surprised and tries to understand what exactly Yelin gave him that he obeys so blindly. The young man only warned the girl that she would regret it when she realized who Yelin really was. Jigani did not hide her disdain for such admiration and considered the guy a fool whom Yelin had simply deceived. At that moment, the referee officially announced the start of the fight, and the girl immediately released her fiery phoenix flames. Beads of sweat immediately appeared on the guy's face. He realized that the girl's powerful spell now posed a truly serious danger to him. The girl's figure flashed like a real phantom and sent several fireballs at the guy. He managed to jump up, and the fireballs exploded right under him. The girl could easily attack from a distance, and the guy needed to avoid being hit at all costs and quickly find a way to get as close to her as possible. The pages of the book Jigani held in her hands continued to turn rapidly, and individual fireballs merged into a huge stream of fire. Lin Yue knew that there was no way to avoid this powerful blow, so he jumped into the air to counterattack. Using his sword-slashing skill, he launched a strike, cutting through the fiery whirlwind that was advancing straight towards him. As a result of the powerful counterattack, the flames were completely extinguished in just a few seconds, creating a dense cloud of smoke. Jigani immediately calls his opponent a fool for not actually intending to give up. The next moment, the girl turns the pages of her book and activates a new powerful spell. A wall of fire appears around her, and she rises into the air. Lin Yue immediately assumed a fighting stance and instantly felt a terrifying wave of unbearable heat approaching him. The young man loudly declares to the girl that those who constantly underestimate him will later pay very dearly. Jigani only smiled slyly at the guy in response to his words and asked him not to overestimate himself. Yelin watches the fight closely and understands that his protege, as expected, is no match for this girl. The chief examiner becomes nervous, deciding that the guy has lost, and orders his assistant to get ready immediately to save the fighter. A moment later, a giant flame engulfed the boy's body, and when the fire touched his skin, he felt a sharp, unbearable pain spreading throughout his entire body. Jigani is puzzled by what exactly this madman is doing and why he refused to admit defeat. Meanwhile, Lin Yue had broken part of the fire spell and was rapidly approaching the girl. He tells Jigani that she can mock him, but never his boss. Jigani continued to stand motionless in place and looked at the young man in surprise. Meanwhile, Lin Yue suffered severe burns and fell to the ground unconscious, after which Yelin immediately rushed to his seriously wounded comrade. One of the observers loudly calls for medical personnel to immediately provide assistance to the victim. Yelin asks his comrade to hold on and immediately activates the protective bracelet to protect his heart. Jigani, watching this, begins to apologize. The girl says that she really did not want and did not know that something like this could happen. Yelin replies that it is absolutely not her fault and assures that his comrade's life is not in danger now, but he has suffered very severe burns and needs immediate hospitalization. The tournament continues, and the 4 strongest contestants advance to the final stage. Representatives, mentors of different schools debate fiercely, proving to each other whose student will ultimately prove stronger. The director believes that his graduate will definitely win, but the man counters that the boy will not be able to constantly use the forbidden spell. The director tells him that there is no need to rejoice prematurely, and the arena will definitely show who is the best contender. Meanwhile, the representative of the Fire Swords comes on stage. He is preparing for a fight with Yelin. The guy considers Yelin to be the only one who is his worthy opponent, and now he is going to show that first place in the entrance exams will be his. The young man wanted to offend Yelin with this harsh statement, but the guy in response only silently drew his sword and prepared for a serious fight. The enemy instantly rushed forward with incredible speed in order to deliver a critical, decisive blow. Yelin easily parried his attack. With his current level, it was quite possible to match his opponent's speed. The guy was taken by surprise. He had never met a master of forbidden spells who could wield a blade so well in close combat. They exchanged several powerful blows. Yelin proved to be a very worthy opponent, and his blade carried enormous power. The blade continued to accumulate power, and the guy relentlessly pressed on the enemy, delivering one swift blow after another. The spectators were stunned, as the duel did not at all resemble a fight between a caster of forbidden spells, but rather resembled a furious battle between two warriors in close combat. They continued to watch the broadcast on the huge screen closely, tensely waiting for Yellen to cast his forbidden spells. However, this strange situation completely confused them and brought their curiosity to the limit, because the guy still hadn't used a single spell. The man informs the director that the boy will soon be forced to use spells, thereby shortening his life. Yellen's swordsmanship has already reached the 15th level, and every strike of his blade carries terrifying power. The enemy began to feel very uneasy, after which, unable to bear it, he launched a furious counterattack. Yellen blocked his blow, at which time the guy asked when he would use his secret spells. Suddenly, Yellen noticed that his opponent was now using a scroll of forbidden spell. The dark talisman condensed all the deadly energy onto the tip of the boy's blade, and he immediately rushed into the attack. Yellen tried to react, but the speed of his opponent's strikes was simply colossal. The earth seemed to shake and the air was filled with a murderous aura. The boy felt a huge force directed straight at his chest. There was a massive explosion, and when the thick smoke cleared, Yellen was on his knees with a deep gash in his chest. The guy approached Yellen, his eyes sparkling with pride and mockery. He said that he did not have long to live and it was better to die quickly. This scene greatly shocked everyone present. No one could believe that the guy in the arena would use the talisman of the forbidden spell. Observers believe that this academy simply doesn't care, as long as their student snatches victory, and their director allowed the guy to use such a scroll. The enraged headmaster called his rival an old bastard and accused him of shamelessness, noting that he allowed his student to use the secret scroll. Jagani had complex feelings. She didn't like Yellen from the start, but she didn't expect that the enemy would go so far as to use the forbidden scroll. The girl thinks that the young man has died, and for some reason she feels sad. She thinks that everything would have been different if he had listened to her. Qiangshin's voice can be heard trying to calm his daughter down and confidently stating that this fight is not over yet. At this point, Yellen raises his head and, calling his opponent an idiot, asks what exactly made him so blindly believe in his ultimate victory. Seeing that Yellen was alive and looking at him furiously, the guy began to feel intense fear, not understanding how this could have happened. The young man suddenly rose to his feet and with a confident movement pulled the spear out of his pierced chest right before the eyes of the spectators. The enemy froze in shock, because the forbidden spellcasters had not been seen for a long time, and people had forgotten how terrible they were. The huge wound on Yellen's body quickly healed until it completely disappeared, leaving not the slightest trace or scar. The audience was amazed and began to argue about whether it was even possible to kill the spellcaster, since this guy had just been pierced through the heart. Only a few of the examiners realized what was happening. The forbidden spell of immortality had been lost long ago, and by some miracle Yellen had mastered it. Yellen extends his hand forward. A dark, creepy aura instantly appears around him. The guy declares that now it is his turn to strike. A loud roar of thunder echoes throughout the arena, and gigantic energy concentrates into a brightly shining pillar, frightening absolutely everyone present with its scale. The frightened opponent realized too late that he had made a grave mistake in assessing his opponent's skills and his true power. The gigantic energy is concentrated into a powerful lightning bolt, which begins to move towards the guy at great speed. The sky above the arena is covered with dark clouds, and the air is filled with the continuous crackle of lightning. The terrified boy screams loudly that this simply cannot be, after which a giant energy discharge hits his body. The spectators, watching the pitiful appearance of the young man, realized with horror how merciless and destructive this blow was. The observer overseeing the fight immediately rushed to the guy and began shouting loudly that medical help was needed immediately. Yellen continued to stand calmly in the arena. He turned around and noticed a group of people moving towards him. The director, along with the other heads of the various schools of the academy, approached the young man. One of them quietly stated that now everything became completely clear to him. Suddenly, Yellen began coughing up blood and fell sharply to the ground. The man told the director that things were bad. Yellen was experiencing a severe relapse due to an overly powerful forbidden spell. The coaches believe the boy has suffered serious organ damage, while Yellen thinks that since he's already playing, he has to go all the way so no one suspects anything. The rival director could not accept this defeat. He claims that Yellen used a powerful forbidden spell against his student, and this was an attempted murder. To which the director replies that his student was the first to start using dishonest, prohibited techniques. The school leaders continue to loudly bicker among themselves as Yellen watches his opponent being carried out of the arena on a stretcher. The guy thinks that these exams are a complete hassle, and even the destruction of Kensen did not bring such a big hassle. Jagani appears nearby. The girl says that she can wait until the guy rests if he needs extra time to recover. Yellen completely forgot that he had to fight this annoying girl in the finals, and immediately assured her that there was no need for that. The long-awaited final is announced, the winner of which will deservedly become the best graduate of this year. The proud girl thinks that she cannot allow any of the forbidden spells to be used, because she recently saw the guy using these terrible techniques. Yellen ponders that if the forbidden spell does not harm the girl, then everything will be fine, otherwise her father will simply destroy it. Jagani opens her magic book and tells the boy that no matter how strong he is, she will still have to defeat him. Several firewalls appear in the air. Yellen deftly dodges them, sacrificing part of his kidney. Since the guy couldn't fight at full strength and didn't want to harm the girl, he decided to drag out the fight until her mana was completely depleted. Spectators begin to discuss whether the guy has enough health to repel such furious and powerful attacks from the girl. Jagani was irritated by the guy's actions, believing that he deliberately wanted to humiliate her, because he had only dodged her attacks all the time. Yellen looked at her calmly and shrugged dismissively, showing that he didn't care at all what she thought. Besides, there was no rule that prevented him from evading whenever he wished to do so. The girl, flushed with anger, raised the magic book above herself and declared that she would now test how he would react to it. Her body enveloped in a dazzling golden energy, Jagani intended to deliver a decisive and crushing blow. A powerful plasma field formed around the girl, which rushed towards the guy at great speed. Yellen watches the flames approaching and thinks that this woman is really very stubborn. The guy decided to teach the girl a lesson. He sacrificed half of his liver and again increased his agility. Jagani's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe that Yellen had actually been able to increase his agility to such an incredible degree. She had absolutely no time to react. At that moment, Yellen appeared next to her and playfully very lightly hit the girl on the head with the back of the blade. The blow was completely painless, but it greatly upset the girl, at which point the guy said that she had lost. Being a spoiled child, the girl began to cry loudly. She declares that she had never been so humiliated and will definitely take revenge on the guy. Jagani refused to admit defeat in front of such a vile man and, creating several fireballs, threw them at the guy. Yellen easily dodged the fireballs and frowned slightly, thinking to himself that this girl was too capricious. Looking at the guy who easily dodged her attacks, Jagani became furious. Her aura rapidly grew, and the firepower reached its limit. The audience watched the scene in silence and stunned silence, feeling the powerful pressure emanating from the girl. As she cast the curse spell, a massive fiery tornado erupted from her energy field. This gigantic force was very different from the fireballs the girl had used before. It seemed as if the destructive vortexes had a mind of their own, dancing wildly through space. She was sure that Yellen would not be able to hide from her attacks and was forced to admit defeat. However, the boy deftly dodged the fire tornadoes and had already come up with a solution, noticing their homing function. The girl continued to create huge streams of energy, and new whirlwinds of fire were trying to catch up with the guy. Jagani looked puzzled and wondered why the young man still hadn't given up. Yellen stopped for a moment and asked the girl why he should give up. The next moment, the young man turns sharply and rushes towards the girl. Once behind her, Yellen said in a quiet voice that using a homing skill against a fast opponent was tantamount to suicide. After which, Yellen asks the surprised girl if she hadn't heard this in theory classes. Jagani froze in surprise. At that moment, the fiery tornadoes rushed towards them at great speed. The guy asks the girl to immediately stop the spell. However, the girl continued to be stubborn. Tears came to her eyes, and she still did not want to admit defeat. Jagani declared that she would not give in to Yellen even if they had to die together. Instead of canceling the curse spell, she increased it to the maximum, and loud voices came from the stands demanding that medics be prepared immediately. Meanwhile, the fiery whirlwinds were getting closer and closer to the young people, increasing the mortal threat. The boy realized that he had to act immediately, otherwise they would both die, and he extended his hand to the girl. With a sharp movement, he grabbed Jagani by the shoulder and instantly pushed her aside. After which Yellen extends his hand forward and, making a sacrifice, erects a protective energy wall. The arena shook underfoot from a deafening roar, and the wall began to contain a gigantic stream of flame. Following this, a huge stone stela, one of the forbidden spells, appeared and crashed into the ground with monstrous speed. The eyes of the giant creature carved into the stela instantly blazed with a furious red fire. At that very moment, a powerful vibration was heard, and streams of fire burst from its mouth. Many spectators were shocked that the young man dared to use the forbidden spell Wall of Breaths, the first time it was summoned by an ordinary examiner. At that moment, Yellen noted to himself that he had erected the wall in time. Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine how he could have gotten out of the situation. Gently adjusting Jagani's disheveled hair, he smiled approvingly, and this brought the girl out of her stupor. Her heart began to beat too fast, especially when she realized that Yellen might not be as bad as he had seemed to her before. A huge crowd of spectators watched this touching scene attentively, sensing that something special was beginning to emerge between the young people. They were sure that Yellen hesitated to attack the girl, afraid of harming her. But the next moment, he unceremoniously kicked his proud rival, saying that there is only one best graduate. Jagani, who was clearly not prepared for this, flew forward and fell to the ground with a crash. The speechless crowd, including the girl's father, watched in silence and stunned silence. Jagani sits down on the ground after falling and screams loudly and hysterically that he will take revenge on Yellen for all this humiliation. After some time, the judges officially declared the guy the winner of the final round of the elimination tournament, bringing the total number of points to 150. As the crowd loudly praised and congratulated him, Yellen thought that this difficult tournament was finally over. One of the girls present loudly asked the guy which academy he was going to enroll in. Yellen's answer was obvious. The guy said that he chose the higher academy, after which the crowd loudly cheered in support of him. At this moment, unfamiliar people dressed in blue cloaks began to appear in the crowd of spectators. An inspector appeared next to the guy. She told Yellen that she was very sorry, but the guy would not be able to get into the Academy of the Supreme Path. Although Yellen had some idea of the possible reason for the refusal, he couldn't help but ask why. The girl began to explain that he was a master of forbidden spells, and since these classifications came into being, the longest-lived spellcaster had only lived to be 24 years old. Academy officials told the boy that forbidden spellcasters were worthless for long-term training, and that investing in them was like throwing money into the sea. The crowd immediately began to vigorously discuss this news, because students study for 4 years, and Yellen was already 18 years old. At that moment, Qian Xin appeared nearby and said that he seemed to have found a solution to the guy's problem. Hearing this, the girl asked him to explain in more detail. Since Yellen was his disciple, Qian Xin revealed that he had developed a special method that greatly reduced the harmful effects of forbidden spells on him. Everyone around, except the girl, was shocked by this statement. Qian Xin firmly insisted on his own and even offered to conduct a medical examination of Yellen. The girl doubted that Qian Xin was undoubtedly an experienced astrologer, but she was interested in the question of who would compensate for the lost resources if Yellen did not live to be 25 years old. Qian Xin asked to put personal emotions aside and simply conduct a medical examination. But the girl explained that the decision was based not on personal feelings, but on the will of the higher academy. At this point, some viewers began to gossip about whether there was a secret affair between Qian Xin and the academy representative. At this point, Yellen intervened in the conversation. He didn't want his teacher to be even more embarrassed, and said that it was okay if he didn't enter the higher academy. The boy adds that, after all, it is just a school, but then a loud voice is heard asking how dare he speak about such an institution in an arrogant tone. Qian Xin immediately notices the attack and tries to warn the student, but it was too late. A powerful energy discharge threw the guy far to the side. Yellen wondered who this stranger was and felt an incredibly powerful pressure emanating from him. The stranger responds by telling the young man that the higher academy is more than just an ordinary school. The skinny guy calls Yellen a boy and asks him to remember that he was defeated by a first-year student from the Supreme Way Academy. The academy representative warned Guanlu that if he dared to attack again on his own, she would force him to write an explanatory note. Guanlu justifies himself and says that he didn't mean to harm the guy, he just wanted to say hello, and Yellen was too weak. The mentors and director rushed to Yellen, loudly asking if he was injured. The guy assured them that he was completely fine. Yellen's expression was angry as he walked up to Guanlu and told the boy that he would remember this attack and the pain he experienced. Guanlu asks the young man about his grievance, informing him that he has the right to challenge him at any time. Yellen states that the presence of many people is a hindrance, so he will let this go, but will take revenge at another, more appropriate time. Guanlu was taken aback for a moment, but then laughed contemptuously, calling the guy a complete loser and declaring that it would be impossible to defeat him in this life. Guanlu continued to humiliate him, and the boy could only offer a bet, challenging his impudent opponent to a duel to the death, which would take place in exactly 1 year. This stunned the crowd and instantly silenced them, and the mentor became alarmed, fearing that Yelin, with his audacity, might accidentally reveal the secret of immortality. After which Yelin once again asks the academy student if he will accept his deadly challenge. Guanlu accepted the challenge emotionlessly and with utter disdain. The deal was made, and Yelin calmly left the stage, intending to crush the arrogant pride of the higher academy. The principal personally congratulated the boy on his victory and announced to the cheering crowd that he had become the best graduate and had raised the school to new heights. The action moves to the Tianxin villa. The guy expressed concern about the girl, but the father said that everything is fine with her. She is upset, but will come to her senses. Yelin then moved on to the next, obvious and persistent question. He became curious about the relationship between Tianxin and the representative of the higher academy. Qiangxin did not expect such a direct question and was caught off guard. He confessed that this woman was his first love. Coincidentally, Jagani was walking down the stairs and, upon hearing her father's confession, was completely stunned by the news. The fact that they had ever had a romantic relationship seemed surprisingly strange and unexpected to everyone. Genshin sighed and explained that it was a long story. When he was still young and entered the academy, he fell in love with a girl and started dating her. Over time, they broke up due to different personalities, but 5 years later they met again, and the girl admitted that she could not forget him and wanted to renew the relationship. The young people were eager to know what happened next, but the father fell silent and said that he already had a daughter at that time. Such frank confessions from her father deeply affected the girl's feelings. Yelin, like a sensible guy, came to terms with the situation, although he was ashamed. Qiangxin admitted that he did not expect his personal life to influence his student's fate, after which he turned the conversation to his daughter, noting her high chances of entering the academy. But with the guy, things turned out differently, so the man suggests that he enroll in the Dashi Academy. The guy replies that this is also a good alternative. After everything was completely settled, the man told the young people to rest, since tomorrow was a difficult day and they would have to deal with admissions committees. The next morning, the entire academy was buzzing with excitement. 2 new incredible geniuses were soon to appear within their walls. There are many representatives of the press in the room, and the director continues to boast to them about his talented students. A representative of the Supreme Academy congratulates the girl and says that she can officially become their student. Jagani feels great joy as she holds the official proposal from the Supreme Academy in her hands, thinking that she has finally won against Yelin. At this moment, the director pats Yelin on the shoulder, announcing that the boy received a special prize from the mayor, the amount of which is 5 million yuan. Hearing about such a colossal sum, the guy felt a real shock and immediately rushed to shake the mayor's hand. At this point, the press greedily pounced on them, starting to record every frame without stopping. Yelin, hungry for big money, couldn't resist asking the mayor when he would get his 5 million, since he had lived in the slums for a long time. However, to his great surprise, the 5 million yuan turned out to be only one of several significant rewards prepared for him. In fact, the mayor had prepared for the young hero not only the promised monetary reward, but also a valuable epic-class scroll. The reporters, without wasting precious time, immediately rushed to photograph the winner and the magnificent, expensive prizes. After all, the hero has been given a truly rare opportunity. He will be admitted into a classified secret area intended only for the best graduates. Yelin couldn't believe his incredible luck. Even though the scroll was useless, being admitted to the graduate area was like winning the jackpot. This area was special because it gave the one who entered complete immunity to all damage, allowing them to focus only on killing monsters. Upon hearing the news, the director immediately informed the boy that the rumors about the Kingdom of Graduates were clearly exaggerated, and the number of monsters was limited. The mayor, in turn, immediately declared that he had great hopes for the young man, and that he should bring the academy the title of the nation's best graduate. Yelin didn't know such a title actually existed, but the director confirmed that by reaching the highest level, he would become the nation's top graduate. Excited and incredibly confident in his own abilities, the guy immediately declared that he would definitely become the best graduate. The director fully supported the boy's fighting spirit and asked them to take a photo to forever immortalize this important moment. Reporters immediately rushed to fulfill the director's sudden wish. After the meeting, the guy continued the conversation with his mentor, who reminded him of one detail: skills that consume life force cannot be used in space. To the mentor's surprise, Yelin himself had guessed this. The secret area provides immunity to physical damage, but it is not capable of stopping aging. The mentor informed him that he had urgent matters to attend to, so the boy should be extremely careful and act completely independently from now on. Sometime later, the boy arrived in the unfamiliar city of Shening and, walking leisurely along its wide streets, noted with surprise how different it was from his hometown. Yellen headed to the main administration building to check in, and immediately at the entrance he met a female administrator. On the way, the woman informed him that the secret region for the best graduates was not yet open, and he had time to rest. Moreover, if the guy encounters any unexpected problems during his short stay, he can contact her at any time. Soon the young man reached his room and, collapsing exhaustedly onto the bed, suddenly heard a strange noise and muffled voices outside the door. He immediately thought that his neighbor's keycard probably wasn't working, and he headed for the door, wondering who was trying to break in. Before the guy could even get closer, the door suddenly swung open with force, which really scared him. A petite girl in a blue dress suddenly appeared in the doorway, looking absolutely innocent. She blinked her huge eyes and looked at Yellen in confusion, then asked him directly who he was and why he was in her room. Yellen was completely taken aback, because the petite girl immediately decided that he was a vile pervert hiding in her room, and she sharply waved her hand. The guy quickly reacted to the threat and easily dodged this unexpected attack. However, the young man remained shocked. He could not believe that this little girl possessed such incredible power. The powerful energy of the blow swept through the room. Its force was so great that it blew open all the windows. The young man immediately began to explain to the girl that he was not a pervert at all, but she categorically refused to believe him. The guy continued to insist that if he were a pervert, he certainly wouldn't be making excuses now. However, the girl did not believe a single word he said and continued to blame the guy, calling him names non-stop and not wanting to listen to any explanations. At that moment, Yellen realized that there was no other choice, so he sacrificed his appendix and immediately summoned the Wood Kingdom spell, which was instantly activated. Countless wooden vines appeared in the small room, and like tentacles, they quickly began to wrap around the frightened girl and completely immobilized her. The girl tried to free herself using her strength, but the elasticity of the vines was too great, and all her strenuous attempts were completely futile. The guy immediately began to explain that this was a very serious spell, specifically designed to quickly pacify and calm a small moth like her. It took a while for Bane to finally calm down. Then the guy calmly took out his keycard and simply told her that this was his private room. The girl stared intently at the keycard in the boy's hands, was visibly surprised, and abruptly declared that such a thing was simply impossible. Bane says that she also has room number 6099, and if the guy doesn't believe her, she'll take her key out of her bag. The girl immediately showed the card, and it became clear that she had simply turned the key over and misread the real number. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, the girl stopped being aggressive and realized what an awkward situation she had found herself in. After this, Bane began to sincerely apologize to the guy for her unacceptable behavior, caused by an absurd misunderstanding. Yellen was not concerned about the incident and only gently reminded the girl to inform the staff so that they could fix the damaged door. Bane persistently offered to treat Yellen to dinner as compensation. He refused, considering it unnecessary, but the girl continued to insist, and besides, the guy wanted to go for a walk. After some time, the two of them went for a walk, during which Yellen wanted to find out the girl's real profession. Bane, smiling, stated that she was a very strong SSS-class berserker, and that was what explained the powerful explosive power he had just seen. Bane begins to detail how she is considered the top graduate of her prestigious school and believes that the guy must have been accepted to the top academy as well. Upon hearing the mention of the higher academy, Yellen calmly explained to her that he had originally planned to apply there, but unfortunately, he had been denied admission. Bane couldn't understand why such a guy was rejected, since he had just demonstrated enormous strength. But later she learned that the guy was a caster of forbidden spells. Upon hearing this news, the girl decided to cheer up the upset young man. She pulls him by the hand and asks him to forget about sad things and just enjoy a good dinner. After some time, the young people found themselves in the best restaurant in the city. The guy immediately agreed that it was a truly reputable establishment with a stunning view. The place was great, and just before they were about to find a table, someone called out to Bane and asked how the crazy woman had managed to find a guy to eat with. Bane's face instantly contorted with intense rage, and she turned sharply towards the stranger to look at her. In front of her stood a tall girl in a black dress and high heels, who was telling her boyfriend that Bane had grown up and her hormones were starting to play up. She continued to actively ridicule the girl for finally finding a partner, after which she wondered what exactly Yellen liked about her so much. After which the stranger told Yellen that if he immediately went with her, she would help him meet some of her very beautiful friends. Suddenly, Yellen asks the annoying girl to move away and rather rudely tells her that she has very bad breath. Hearing this, Bane could hardly contain her laughter, while the girl tried to comprehend the information she had just heard. The stranger began to boil with intense rage. She could not forgive such impudence and such public humiliation. Pushing the girl aside, Yellen immediately suggested that they eat somewhere else that wasn't as smelly as the one they were currently in. But before they could continue on their way, the young man called out to them and asked who had given them permission to leave just like that. He demanded that Yellen immediately apologize to his woman, adding that he sincerely hates such small-town lowlifes. Inen was clearly pleased with the ongoing scandal and actively egged on her man to teach these two impudent people a lesson. Bane becomes very nervous as the guy in front of them is a powerful level 22 Holy Knight Angel and says that they can hardly handle him. Yellen shrugs it off and claims that, coincidentally, he also has a strong dislike for rich, smug brats. A bright energy immediately concentrates around the guy and a very powerful pressure begins to emanate, instantly filling all the available space of the restaurant. Yellen and his young companion watch the terrifying transformation of their arrogant enemy, trying to gauge his true power. The boy suddenly raises his hand, and a shining aura flares up around him. He is eager to test the strength of the 22nd level Angel Knight. The hall is suddenly filled with the roar of powerful discharges, and a huge crowd of curious spectators immediately flocks to the young people. One of the visitors loudly reminds that those who have changed their profession are prohibited from fighting in the city. Violators face a fine of 30,000 and 30 days of detention. Bane insistently convinces the young man that a secret space will soon open, and that this fight is completely inappropriate now. Yellen supported the girl, but the knight rudely declared that in the secret space a fate far worse than death itself awaited them. Inen, leaving, casts a contemptuous glance at the young people and smiles smugly, enjoying his imaginary victory. As they leave the room, Bane sighs heavily and sincerely apologizes to Yellen for the trouble that arose in the restaurant. The young man asks the girl who they are and why their conflict is so obvious and open. Bane admits that this girl is her half-sister, and their feud has lasted since early childhood. Inen was afraid that her sister would deprive her of the title of the best graduate, so she transferred to a small town to take the exam. Bane continues to worry, because she wanted to invite the guy to eat and apologize, but only added new problems for him, to which the guy assured that everything is completely fine. Early the next morning, all the best graduates from all over the province gathered in the city's huge central square. A multitude of drones hovered over the vast arena, recording every event and movement taking place within its vastness. The man greeted the top graduates and immediately announced that the long-awaited secret space would soon open. Then he commanded in an authoritative voice that all present should immediately prepare for the coming journey. Yellen checked his backpack and saw that it was completely filled with food. The girl explained that they would be there for several days and it would be better to take more. The young man looked carefully at the mountains of canned goods and snacks and decided that this was quite reasonable for a long test. Zheng said that before opening the secret space, he was required to explain several important safety rules. All those taking the test will be immune to damage. However, the effect will only be available within the space. If someone receives fatal damage, they must not leave the location. They prepared several level 50 healers to wait at the entrance and help anyone who was unlucky during the test. The second rule is that if a participant's arm or leg is severed in the secret space, they must take their limbs with them when they exit. Upon returning, the priest will sew them back on. Otherwise, there will be a huge problem with the regeneration of the limb, and it may not recover properly. Thirdly, the participants must not under any circumstances allow the monsters to eat them. Otherwise, their body will be digested, and this is not the most pleasant feeling in the world. Yellen concluded that their bodies would be immune to all damage, but that did not mean that the monster's attacks would not cause damage and pain. Finally, the presenter wished all participants to successfully complete the tests and return with good grades worthy of admission. The teleportation gate has been activated, and now the participants have 10 minutes to find suitable allies to play together. Bane offers Yellen to form a team. The guy agreed, but on the condition that she will carry his backpack with provisions. The girl agreed, because she had no problem with this condition. After all, such a light load was nothing for the berserker. A guy nearby saw this scene and accused Yellen of ungentlemanly behavior. He did not understand how he could force such a sweet girl to carry such a heavy burden for him. After which the guy proposed to the girl to form an alliance with him. He declared that he would definitely not allow her to do something like that and would protect her from exploitation. Suddenly, Bane shows the guy her fist and orders him to get out before she beats him half to death. The guy was very surprised by this reaction and at the last moment dodged the girl's fist, barely avoiding a punch to the face. Meanwhile, Enon appeared nearby with her boyfriend. She loudly offered to join their team, but they only take those who have reached the 20th level of strength. They soon noticed Yellen and the girl and slowly approached them with their allies, expressing clear superiority. The young man calls Yellen by name and asks if it is really him, the guy from the backwoods. The guy knows that Yellen grew up in the boondocks, and reaching level 18 in such conditions is already a victory worthy of respect. He thinks that a redneck will always remain a redneck, but he starts talking about how he is giving the guy one last chance to improve. He states that Yellen must kneel and bow to him 3 times, to which the guy calls him an idiot who is not worthy of respect. The young man is about to start a fight and rushes at Yellen with his fists. Suddenly, Zung stops the guy and warns him that such behavior could disqualify him from taking the exam. He reminds him that he is not at home, where he can do whatever he wants. Zung loudly orders all the examinees to enter the secret space one by one. If anyone breaks the rules, they will lose the right to participate. Xiao leaves with an angry look. He swears that he will very soon settle the score with Yellen and take full revenge for this humiliation. The students slowly move towards the huge portal. The girl warns Yellen about Xiao's recklessness and that he needs to be careful with him, to which the guy assures that there is no need to worry about it. Soon it was their turn. The young people began to pass through the spatial portal. In a moment, they find themselves in an endless forest, where majestic trees rise to the sky, and the space is filled with the living sounds of wild nature. The girl is in the secret space for the first time and is delighted by its beauty. But Yellen replies that there is a threat lurking behind her, and at that very moment they are attacked by a level 20 gargoyle. Yellen decided to use the forbidden spell, but Bane suddenly rushed forward and told the boy to save his strength for more serious threats. The giant monster lets out a terrible roar, at which point the girl attacks him, not giving him a chance to strike the first blow. A moment later, stone fragments fly everywhere. The guy watches what is happening and is very surprised. This sweet girl fights very harshly and mercilessly. It was obviously only a matter of time before the gargoyle was killed, but it was too slow for Yellen, so he intervened to speed up the process of finishing the fight. A powerful explosion blew the monster into pieces. Bane was shocked, because only a professional of level 25 or higher could instantly destroy it. The girl wonders why the guy's magic is so strong, to which Yellen reasonably replies that he is a caster of forbidden spells. The guy is in severe pain and is very glad that there is immunity to damage in this space, otherwise his kidneys would definitely not be able to withstand such a load. Bane looks closely at the guy and says that his profession through sacrifice is a very tough occupation, requiring incredible endurance. The guy suggests going deeper into the secret kingdom, which makes Bane worried, but the guy assures her that there is no need to worry about possible dangers. On the way, the girl says that she is very sorry that the higher academy refused to accept the guy for training. Yellen remained unperturbed and calmly stated that it was his fate to die young because of his profession. He states that if you do what you want in a short life, that is already not bad, and you can consider your life lived with dignity. Suddenly, the young man stops as he feels a strong gust of wind, which carries a threat and warns of danger ahead. The young people had not gone far when they were suddenly attacked by a giant monster covered in armored shell. His huge shadow covered the young people, and a terrible scream echoed throughout the area, causing the air to shake. A giant level 25 poisonous centipede appeared before them, posing a deadly threat. The girl froze in horror and quietly said words about how huge she was. The next moment, the monster dealt a crushing blow with its massive paw. The monster continued its furious attacks, spitting out caustic, poisonous saliva, trying to dissolve them alive. Yellen grabbed the girl and, using organ sacrifice, quickly jumped to the side, escaping the attack. The centipede stopped and looked closely at the young people. Yellen asked the girl to stay away and leave this monster to him. Part of his head, lower abdomen, and left arm and leg were eaten away by the poisonous saliva, at which point the young man sacrificed his remaining organs to cast a forbidden spell of maximum power. A brightly shining energy field flares up around him, and he directs a destructive thunder of the apocalypse at the monster, tearing the air. Under the protection of a powerful field, young people rush forward. The giant centipede was instantly destroyed and burned to ashes, but then a level 22 poisonous scorpion attacked them. Yellen sacrifices more organs and summons a new forbidden spell, continuing his merciless slaughter of monsters. Having dealt with the poisonous scorpion, Yellen switches to a level 25 skeleton. Bane is amazed to see the young man destroy powerful monsters in an instant and asks him to conserve his strength. A brightly flashing bolt of lightning strikes the next monster and incinerates it in a second, turning it into a pile of charred bones. Bane watches in amazement as the young man performs instant kills with seemingly no effort. The boy tells the girl to follow him, but suddenly a hand appears from under the ground, grabbing his leg with an iron grip. Before them appears the terrifying face of a 28th level abyssal ratman, bursting out of an underground tunnel. Yellen quickly frees himself, raises his hand and calls upon a forbidden spell called Water Lightning. A powerful blast of energy instantly strikes the monster, tearing its body into many small pieces. The young man is delighted because he has finally managed to raise his combat level to 20. The girl realizes that it is here that the caster of forbidden spells is able to reveal the full power of his spells. However, the young man was slightly puzzled and asked the girl if this obvious thought had only just occurred to her. A holographic screen appears in front of him, because after reaching the 20th level of power, the second talent of the class is unlocked. This new talent allows all previously learned skills to automatically upgrade to the level of forbidden spells. The guy asks Bane to give him a dropped scroll of a skill called Fireball. Although the scroll was just an ordinary spell, Yellen intended to immediately test the new function. At that very moment, his class's new talent, called Absolute Destruction, was automatically activated. A brightly shining fire sphere appears in the palm of the young man's hand, which he wants to experience as soon as possible. The sphere slowly rises upward, rapidly increasing in size, and its powerful energy wave covers the entire area. It seems that the entire surrounding air instantly ignites with this energy. The guy with a sharp movement directs the sphere to the side. A moment later, the entire surrounding space was illuminated with a roar and an unbearably bright light, as if a real sun had exploded in that place. The young people froze in place, overcome with genuine admiration, carefully watching the majestic spectacle. The young man smiled joyfully and admitted to the girl that he had never felt such incredible power before. After this, Yellen declared that there was very little time left, and they quickly rushed forward, continuing to level up. Meanwhile, Enon was standing on a high branch nearby. She noticed a powerful explosion and was clearly puzzled by it. She asked the young man in surprise what these forces were and who caused such a gigantic explosion. Xiao guessed that it might have been the judge, since there was no one around with such a skill. The young man then asked himself an important question. Why had the examiner entered this closed, secret space in the first place? Zeng also watched the explosion closely through the huge screen and wondered what could have happened there and why a new skill of such destructive power had emerged. It was gradually getting dark, so Yellen suggested finding a suitable place to immediately set up camp and have a snack. The girl replies that she doesn't mind at all, but the young man doesn't listen to her at all. His attention has been drawn to something very unusual. The young man looks around in surprise and gestures for the girl to come closer to him, showing that he has noticed something unusual. Xiao slowly approaches the young man, and Yellen immediately asks her what exactly they see in front of them. On a huge stone near a source of clean water sat a brightly shining and amazing golden toad, striking in its appearance. In a quiet voice, the girl explains that this is a treasure toad, capable of swallowing absolutely all the treasures it finds. The creature had a power level of 25 and could bring good rewards if they managed to catch it. Yellen gestures to the girl to remain silent. They are going to go around her from different sides and grab her at the same time. But suddenly a loud scream is heard and a group of people run out of the nearby forest, disrupting their plan. The young man could hardly contain his irritation, because these fools appeared at the most inopportune moment. The loud noise woke up the giant toad, and it immediately became wary, preparing for possible danger. After that, she suddenly jumped from her place, and Yellen tried to hold her back by calling on a tree spell. The strong vines rushed towards the toad at great speed, but it was too late. The huge toad, unfortunately, escaped. Yellen cursed loudly and watched as Xiao approached him, the young man informing him that it was time to pay the bills. Yellen summons the fireball and tells the young men that they arrived at the wrong time, ruined his important work, and now he is extremely unhappy. One of the guys starts laughing loudly at Fireball because they wouldn't even pick up such a low-level scroll, and the young man decided to use it against them. However, their smiles suddenly froze as the fireball grew several times larger and turned into a huge, brightly shining sphere. The entire space was filled with a powerful hum of vibration, and Yellen, without hesitation, threw the shining sphere straight towards them. This sudden skill stunned everyone. Their mouths dropped open in surprise, and they immediately realized that they had seen such a gigantic explosion just recently. Inan realized that they were in an extremely unpleasant situation and tried to find common ground with the young man, stating that they were all the future hopes of the academy. In response, Yellen asks her not to worry, says that he is a fair man, and activates a scroll with an ice spell in his hand. A dense field of icy energy instantly formed around Yellen, emanating from his spell and enveloping the space. Inan tries with great difficulty to hide her terrible fear, and in a trembling voice orders the guy not to come closer to them. Suddenly, the massive ice field transforms, quickly turning into an endless amount of sharp ice spikes. Xiao watches the spinning ice spikes in horror, wondering how a low-level spell could possess such destructive power. Yellen continues to skillfully manipulate the ice spikes and tells the young people that they should definitely try it for themselves. The ice spikes begin to spin around their axis even faster and head straight towards the Zhao group at tremendous speed. The boy immediately used his Angel Knight skill and generated an energy shield to withstand the attack of the ice spikes. A huge number of rotating ice spikes crash into the energy shield, causing a terrible grinding sound to echo throughout the area. Several sharp spikes still manage to pierce the protective field and, spinning rapidly, continue to dangerously approach Xiao. A grimace of horror froze on the guy's face. He summoned a golden sword in order to try to use it to repel this attack. With a powerful slash, he immediately destroyed the first row of ice spikes, after which the guy turned to his comrades and ordered them to attack Yellen together. The students immediately begin to generate a powerful protective field to provide reliable protection from the ice spikes. Many people watching the fight were surprised and did not believe that one person was facing off against 10 of the best students. Meanwhile, Yellen increased his pressure. He activated a new spell and said in a quiet voice that he would now add a twist to his powerful attack. A huge stone block suddenly appears above the group of students and begins to move towards them at gigantic speed. Xiao, watching the fall of the huge meteorite, felt a terrible fear. The giant shadow of the stone covered the entire group of students. A low whisper ran through their ranks. This wasn't just a rockfall, it was a forbidden spell called Starfall. A giant stone boulder fell into the very center of the Xiao squad, powerfully scattering the defenders in different directions. Xiao loudly shouts at his opponent to stop immediately and states that he is the rightful heir of a powerful family and is best not to be messed with. In response, Yellen asks the guy to relax. He says that the guy will definitely not die here, but since his family is very powerful, he will only have to endure a little pain. The guy raised his hand and summoned another stone boulder, which, following the first one, fell down at gigantic speed. The nearby crowd of students was shocked and looked warily at this unusual battle. The girl tried to calm Yellen down and asked what would happen if the higher academy found out about this. Hearing about the higher academy, Yellen slowly landed next to the young people. Smiling, he replied that the academy had rejected him and they would not be classmates in the future, after which the guy mockingly suggested that they enjoy themselves. Yellen waves his hand again, and a huge stone boulder flies into the air and falls down again at gigantic speed. A giant wave of vibration spreads through the forest, and nearby students wonder if this master is human. As the rubble settled, the crowd of spectators looked on in amazement at the pitiful state of the battered Xiao squad. They looked at the students lying motionless and thought that it must be damn painful. At that moment, Yellen looked back and noticed a group of students approaching him. He realized that they were not at all aggressive and did not treat the Xiao team, after which he gave the order to immediately call the medical priests. The students began using their abilities to remove the wounded bodies from the rubble as carefully as possible. Yellen believes that he has one less problem to deal with and has finally dealt with those pesky flies. He tells the girl that they have lost a lot of time and suggests that they try to catch the golden toad again. Meanwhile, at the border of the secret territory, Zheng, along with other priests, observed the exam and concluded that the level of the current graduates was impressive. And although much time has passed, none of them have yet sought medical help. At this moment, a group of students appears next to them, transporting the seriously wounded who are in vacuum bubbles. The students begin to explain in a disjointed manner that these guys are faced with a very serious problem and ask the priests for immediate help. Zheng suggested that the students had encountered a powerful monster or anomaly in the secret space, but the student claimed that the forbidden magic caster was to blame. The man can't believe what he just heard and wonders what kind of student is capable of such cruelty. Meanwhile, the action moves to a secret area, and Yellen's voice is heard, who discontentedly states that they have been chasing the toad for a long time but have not caught it. The girl asks why the guy hasn't touched his food, to which Yellen replies that he is full and just wants to rest. Bane had never met anyone who leveled up so quickly by eating food, and she vowed to work even harder. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind caught her, and the girl slowly raised her head up. A second later, she felt a wave of horror. In front of her stood the monster of the highest order, Cerberus, with a 36th level of strength. The monster's red eyes blazed fiercely in the darkness, and a caustic, poisonous substance erupted from its mouth. Luckily, the girl reacted quickly. She quickly woke the guy up, grabbed him by the hand, and immediately pulled him aside. Yellen was stunned. The young man saw a monster of such a high level for the first time, and did not expect that the monster would be so terrifying. Meanwhile, a threat loomed before the young people. A huge monster was slowly but inexorably advancing towards them. Yellen insistently asked the girl to move to a safe side, to which Bane responded by asking her to be extremely careful. The guy, taking full initiative, immediately used his most powerful skill, called the Breath of the Flame God. A huge, brightly shining ball of plasma immediately rushed towards the enemy, straight towards the terrifying three-headed monster. As soon as the fireball flew as close as possible to the Cerberus, the Hellhound's middle head opened its mouth wide and swallowed the flaming sphere. The young men were unable to contain their amazement. The beast not only repelled their attack, but also completely absorbed the destructive fiery sphere of plasma. A glint of mockery flashed across the Cerberus's eyes. Then the outer head opened its terrifying mouth and spewed out a thick, green, foul-smelling liquid. The boys successfully managed to dodge it, but this dark green liquid turned out to be very dangerous, possessing terrible corrosive power. The guy watches the seething substance with undisguised horror and asks the girl to avoid the monster's deadly spit, which threatens her life. Yellen is fully aware of the serious threat, realizing that high-level monsters are distinguished by extraordinary cunning and treachery in battle. Suddenly, Yellen felt an attack from behind and quickly jumped to the side, instantly activating a new spell. He gathered several pieces of golden light right in his palms and transformed them into a dazzling golden spear. At a tremendous speed, a luminous beam like a meteorite immediately rushed towards the enraged Hellhound. Cerberus growled terrifyingly, then opened its mouth and spewed out green liquid, hoping to block the directed attack. The next moment, a piercing scream was heard. The Hellhound's body trembled, and a golden spear cut off one of its heads. Having lost one head, the monster instantly became indescribably furious, opened its mouth, and directed a powerful stream of green liquid at the young people. There was no time left for a rapid retreat, and Yellen had to urgently activate a new defensive spell. The guy raised his hand and quickly summoned a wailing wall, trying to block the powerful flow of deadly liquid. After that, he jumped into the air and instantly counterattacked the monster with another blinding energy spear. Left with only one head, the enraged beast let out a terrible demonic roar that made the earth tremble. Yellen sacrificed his right lung to cast the devastating spell Apocalypse Thunder. His body immediately plunged into a special energy cocoon, which began to slowly rise into the air. Bane watches in amazement as the Cerberus is suddenly struck by a bolt of lightning with a deafening roar. The girl looks closely at the transforming monster and immediately understands that something is wrong with him. The guy, in an alarmed voice, loudly orders her to run immediately, because the Cerberus is going to self-destruct with an explosion. Yellen suddenly grabs Bane's hand and they start running quickly, not allowing the black flames to reach their bodies. The explosion did not take long to occur. Within a few seconds, it engulfed a huge area of dense forest. Luckily, the young men were quick enough to escape the deadly blast radius, after which a message arrived awarding 720 experience points to each. Bane turns sharply. The girl is attracted by a strange sound, and she realizes that they were not the only ones in the area who were able to escape. Right next to them was the sacred toad they had been chasing all day, and unlike last time, they were not going to let this treasure escape a second time. The young men quickly caught the toad, and the first item it spat out was a dragon scale, an extremely rare material for epic equipment. Holding the huge toad tightly, the boy ordered it to spit out the next valuable artifact. The toad reluctantly spat out the blue stone. Bane examined it closely and declared that it appeared to be just a simple mineral. Yellen got a little angry. He hit the tied toad on the head with the hilt of his sword and ordered him to spit out only valuable materials. Priests emerge from the medical tent and report that the complex operation was successful. The exam supervisor learns that Xiao and the rest of his squad have been almost completely restored. At this point, Xiao leans on crutches and leaves the tent. Zeng asks the guy to stay put, because his body has not yet fully recovered. However, Xiao had no intention of doing so. Gritting his teeth, he cursed loudly, filled with rage. The young man was filled with uncontrollable anger and frustration, and he vowed to avenge the humiliation and deal Yellen a blow from which he would never be able to recover. Meanwhile, the young people tied the golden toad to a tree. It still did not want to give up the valuables voluntarily. Since the toad was stubborn and did not want to cooperate, the boy planned to destroy it. Hearing this, the huge toad became very frightened and began to squeal in fear, realizing the seriousness of the intentions. The guy says he has good news. The creature's torment is over, but the bad news is that her life will end with it. Yellen extends his hand towards her, causing energy to flare in his palm. The toad continued to squeal in fear and spat out a staff that sparkled with a golden glow. It was decorated with exquisite patterns, and every detail hid a secret. The young people never expected that the golden toad could hold such a rare and epic item. The boy carefully studied the properties of the staff. It increased psychic power by half and made fire spells significantly less expensive. Yellen's attitude towards the toad changed. He asked why she hadn't done this before, since it would have helped her avoid suffering. Yellen waved his staff with a slight smile, from which a bright flame burst out. He was going to immediately test its power in action. A destructive flame erupted from the blade, mercilessly destroying everything in its path. The aftermath of the destruction was horrific. Yellen was speechless, not expecting such destructive force. A huge wave of fire shot into the sky, visible for many kilometers around the epicenter. When the flames died down, a huge scorched crater formed at the epicenter, going deep into the ground. The fear disappeared from the golden toad's eyes. She hoped that Yellen would take pity on her and let her go free. Bane, watching the huge crater burned out by the fire, was unable to contain her emotions at such a destructive force. When the young people calmed down, Yellen praised the toad for becoming so accommodating and allowed her to leave. After which the guys rushed forward. They had to use the remaining time and continue hunting monsters. As they approached the end of the forest, the young people did not encounter a single monster and were very surprised why there were no more of them left. Bane answered bluntly that too many monsters had been killed in the last few days, and it seemed there were none left in this sector. Yellen suggested heading towards the exit of the secret area, and the young people quickly moved forward. Meanwhile, a large number of participants had gathered at the entrance, each of them facing the same problem. 2 days remained, and there were no monsters left to hunt. At this time, someone remembered Xiao and his group. They think that the guys will appear soon and maybe understand what is going on. Suddenly, the participants noticed Yellen approaching. Everyone avoided this guy and were absolutely sure that they needed to stay away from him. Zheng asked the boy if he was sure he wanted to leave the secret area, as there were still 48 hours left before the end of the test. Yellen answered without hesitation that he was sure of it. But before leaving, the examiner asked to scan his level. An assistant approached him, holding a holographic tablet in her hand in order to perform a power level scan. Yellen proudly showed off his level and profession, which rose to level 25 during the trial. This news was mind-blowing. No one had ever increased their level by 7 points in just a few days of being here. In this situation, it didn't take a genius to figure out who was responsible for killing all the monsters inside the secret area. Yellen ignored this and asked the man if he could leave now, but the examiner refused, saying that he would be the best graduate in the country and was obliged to receive the award. At this point, the conversation was interrupted by Xiao's loud voice. The guy discontentedly declared that all this was a cheap show for the public. With great dissatisfaction, Xiao states that he spent a lot of effort to catch the golden toad, but there was nothing valuable inside its belly. One of his comrades immediately informed the guy that all the monsters inside the secret area were destroyed by Yellen, and he rose to level 25. Xiao's face instantly distorted with fierce anger, gritting his teeth. He called Yellen a vile freak who stole his chance. Seeing this reaction, the girl sarcastically stated that Xiao entered the secret area at level 22, and now he is leaving it at the same level. Xiao chuckled and said that Yellen stole all the monsters from them. His girlfriend adds that it will not do the guy any good, because spellcasters do not live to be 25 years old. Bane was furious at this statement. She believes that young people lack the skills to kill high-level monsters, and all they can do is talk. Suddenly, the sky turned dark, as if all light had been swallowed up by the darkness that had covered the secret area. The heart of every participant sank with inexplicable fear, and a deafening roar echoed throughout the secret area, as if something was awakening underground. The earthquake continued, and the participants were overcome with terror when the exit from the secret area was closed by an invisible force. Then a huge funnel appeared in the sky, from which a bright red stream of energy burst forth and rushed downwards. Huge, eerie figures began to appear dimly within this energy column. The participants looked closely and realized that these were enormous monsters of various shapes. Yellen asks the examiner what happened and realizes that the man is struggling to maintain his composure. His pupils narrowed sharply and his voice trembled slightly. The examiner reported that this was an invasion of demons into human lands. After which, filled with rage, Zeng rose into the air and in a loud voice asked the demons how they dared to invade human lands. After a while, an eerie sound was heard, and a dark purple portal appeared in the sky, emitting ominous energy. A human figure appeared from the portal, and in a creepy voice, the alien said that people were nothing more than food to them. The pale-skinned creature with the eerie gaze was outraged that humans not only dared to keep its kind in captivity as slaves, but also to hunt them for fun. The creature's eerie pupils narrowed, after which, in a terrible voice, it announced that people deserved death for their crimes. The sharp, cold tone of the demon leader pressed fear into everyone present, and the students subconsciously began to bow their heads and kneel. Zeng loudly ordered everyone to rise, urging them not to panic, as the disruption in space had already been noticed in the city, and rescue teams were rushing to their aid. Suddenly, a huge figure began to materialize in front of the examiner. Then came a crushing blow, which the examiner withstood with great difficulty, straining all his strength. Even though Zeng was level 80, the enemy easily sent him flying with one blow. The demon leader looked casually at the man and ordered the monster to deal with the examiner. A giant demon blocked the examiner. The man loudly shouted that he would not allow the students to be touched. The demon leader stated that he only wanted to play, and if this year's strongest graduates defeated him in battle, he would let everyone go since he was only level 20 according to his rating. The students were confused, but they discovered that the aura emanating from the Overlord was indeed not far from that of a level 20 monster. Suddenly, the best graduate of the city of Chao boldly stepped out from the crowd. He declared that he would fight the demon one-on-one. The young man was a level 21 divine knight, and the crowd began to cheer the boy on, believing in his superiority over the enemy. A second later, everyone was stunned when a simple, casual flick from the demon lord sent the boy flying like a cannonball. Yellen intervened in the fight and caught the poor guy in time, preventing him from crashing to the ground. The demon leader sneered contemptuously. If this young graduate was the best, then humans were just nothing but ants. Looking at the frightened crowd, the leader of the demons repeated his challenge, but no one moved from their place. Then he laughed and asked if all people were cowards. At this moment, Xiao had an idea. He turned towards Yellen and called out loudly to the guy, saying that with great power comes great responsibility. The attention of all the students immediately turned to Yellen. Everyone began to say that he had high combat power, and he finished off most of the monsters in the sector. Bane becomes furious and begins to loudly curse the crowd, all of whom had just ridiculed Yellen and were now trying to pressure him into risking his life to save them. Xiao objected, saying that the guy had killed all the monsters and they hadn't had time to level up, to which Yellen agreed, but immediately offered payment, 1 high-level item per team. Xiao didn't accept the idea, saying that Yellen was asking too much, but the boy responded by asking if risking his life was too small a price to pay for saving them. Cornered, Xiao agreed, and they gave their high-level equipment to Yellen as payment. The leader of the demons was genuinely amused by the fact that people whom he considered nothing more than food managed to cause internal strife even in the face of death. Yellen replied that in human society there will always be a rotten apple that sows discord among its own. The opponents fell silent and, frozen, directed their gazes at each other. Yellen's gaze remained calm and almost icy, expressing no emotion. On the face of the leader of the demons, on the contrary, there was an arrogant smile, full of confidence in victory. The pause dragged on, and soon Yellen raised his staff and, concentrating his mental energy, created a small fireball. The crowd of spectators immediately gasped in amazement and disappointment. People were perplexed why the guy was using a simple low-level fireball instead of powerful forbidden magic. The demon leader laughed, dismissing Yellen's attack as a ridiculous whim. Yellen's reflexes worked flawlessly, the shooting star blade masking the boy's hidden attack. The demon leader continued to laugh and wonder if this worm really intended to deal with him with a fireball. With a slight movement, he blocked the blow with his blade and told the guy that this was the height of arrogance on his part. But suddenly the grin on Yellen's face made the monster wary. He realized that he had missed something important in the enemy's attack. The demon leader turned around abruptly and froze. The tiny, seemingly useless light suddenly began to expand rapidly in the air. In the blink of an eye, It turned into a giant, bright sphere, rushing straight towards him at incredible speed. There was a deafening roar. The temperature rose to its limit, and the blazing sphere completely engulfed the demon leader in tongues of flame. The wave of scorching heat even reached the spectators, leaving them in shock as the crowd realized just how devastatingly powerful Yelin's fireballs truly were. The faces of the Xiao group members remained gloomy, but the rest of the crowd began to rejoice, believing in Yelin's unconditional victory. But the joy turned out to be premature. The raging giant flame disappeared without a trace, as if it had been instantly swallowed by a black hole. The demon leader looked slightly irritated, but remained completely unharmed by the devastating attack. The monster, with an arrogant grin, declared that Yelin stood out among the rabble, but remained too weak for combat, and added that it would be a great honor for the boy to be his watchdog. Yelin countered with a counteroffer, saying that since the demon was so delighted, he should become his son, and promised to grant him the title of Crown Prince of Toadies when he ascended the throne. Realizing that talking was pointless, the demon decided to finish off this impudent fellow once and for all. The young man tried to cast a spell, but the enemy instantly appeared nearby and interrupted his cast with a blow. Yelin had to make a painful sacrifice and, using several organs, engage in the dance of the moment to escape the blow. The guy tried to activate the same spell again, but the demon got ahead of him again. Delivering a lightning-fast blow, choking on blood, Yelin was forced to block the attack. These actions were repeated over and over again, leaving observers completely confused by the incomprehensible tactics. People began to doubt the guy's sanity, why he did the same thing and did not use his forbidden magic, limiting himself to only endless evasions. Observers noticed unbearable heat, and soon the temperature rose so high that the skin on people's lips and hands began to crack. Meanwhile, the demon continued to mock his opponent. Confident in his superiority, he believed that as long as he broke the spell, the guy would remain just a pathetic cornered rat. Yelin breathed heavily and gestured for the arrogant demon lord to look around. The monster looked around and was dumbfounded, because the entire space around him was filled with countless spell spheres, and the air turned into a continuous deadly minefield. The demon leader turned his head in panic, trying to figure out what this secret technique was. Yelin didn't give the enemy time to think and immediately activated the detonation. This spell is usually considered a simple trick of fire magic, producing only a tiny, harmless flame. But now these sparks gave birth to a real hell. The air around the demon ignited, and a furious, fiery whirlwind closed in on its victim. More and more streams of fire were directed towards the leader of the demons, increasing the destructive power of the attack. However, before he was caught off guard, his instincts worked flawlessly, and he managed to erect a giant shield created by dark magic. The clash of fire and darkness created a monstrous wave, and when the storm subsided, the monster's face once again took on a contemptuous grimace, and he began to ridicule the man's failed attempt. At that moment, a dazzling golden spear cut through the air at gigantic speed, heading straight towards the demon. Yelin, filled with rage, shouted loudly for the demon to immediately go back to his world. At a tremendous speed, a brightly glowing golden spear pierced the defense and pierced the monster's chest, piercing it completely. For a moment, the demon lord froze, and an ominous silence fell around him, foreshadowing something terrible. A moment later, he began to move and slowly began to reach for the shaft of the spear stuck in his chest. The demon, overcome with rage, screamed piercingly, mocking and asking if the boy really thought that a pathetic man was capable of killing him. Like a maddened beast, the monster launched a decisive attack. A dense wave of dark energy crashed down on the guy, who barely managed to protect himself from the fatal blow with his staff. And although the weapon held, the inertia from the impact was crushing. Yelin was thrown away, and he crashed into a massive rock with a roar. Looking at the defeated enemy, the demon smiled contentedly. He was already mentally imagining how he would cut off the guy's head as a trophy. Yelin was trapped in the rubble and took a desperate step. Sacrificing more organs, he activated the forbidden technique of maximum power. The Circle of Blazing Rebirth spell increased fire magic by 50%, and also activated the Blazing Karma status. The guy loudly asks the demon if he can withstand his next blow. Yelin cast the spell again, and once again a countless swarm of small, flaming spheres appeared in the air, gathering together. They slowly gathered into a huge, fiery funnel, and for the first time, genuine fear flashed in the demon's eyes. The enormous force of fire tore down the protective barrier, and the next moment, an explosion of terrifying power occurred, driving the demon into the ground with the force of a falling meteorite. The crowd froze in deathly silence. The spectators were shocked to the core. They wondered if Yellen had really defeated the demon. The monster remained lying in the burnt-out crater and apparently could no longer find the strength to rise from the ground. On the brink of consciousness, the demon leader realized his defeat at the hands of a mere human and could not understand how a mere 25th-level creature could possess such power. Meanwhile, the huge demon, seeing the pitiful state of his master, fell into a furious rage and thirst for revenge. He left his exhausted opponent and rushed at Yellen with curses. Zheng shouted a warning, but the guy already saw the rushing monster. The boy instantly assessed the threat. This enemy was above level 100, and he had little chance against such a monster. However, fortunately, an unexpected force intervened, appearing as if out of nowhere at the critical moment. The people around watched in amazement as an unknown force cut through the air and, right in flight, cut the huge demon in half with just one crushing blow. The crowd spotted the savior, the representative of Shanning City, and now everyone was saved from certain death. Yunfen was one of the city's high lords and was rightfully considered the strongest fighter in the entire province. The audacity of the demons invading human territory turned into a death sentence for them. The man raised his hand, and blinding rays of light burst from his fingers. Like laser volleys, they rained down a deadly meteorite shower on the horde of monsters. This display of overwhelming force completely stunned the spectators, revealing the true might of the city lord. At that moment, the demon leader's arrogance finally disappeared. One of his subordinates helped him get up from the ground. Already knowing the name of his offender, the demon swore one last time that he would one day wash away this humiliation with blood and take the boy's head as a trophy. With this threat, he rushed towards the shimmering portal leading to the demon world. The guy just silently watched him go, but the Lord wasn't going to let the enemy go so easily. He released a massive golden beam, which began to approach the fleeing monsters at great speed. The demon leader heard his comrade's warning cry and realized with horror that there was no more time to evade. In utter despair, the leader of the demons called upon the dark forces, begging the higher beings to grant him protection. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared in space, intercepting the energy attack and saving the demons from certain death. A terrible voice was heard, which advised the city lord not to be too proud of himself and his strength. A powerful explosion thundered, and the shockwave raised a thick cloud of dust and smoke, which became the perfect cover for the demons' retreat. The dust and smoke from the explosion slowly cleared, revealing an empty space. With a creepy voice, the demonic creature challenged the Lord, saying that if he was so strong, then let him come to the demon world if he had the courage. Yunfen calmly accepted the challenge, mentally promising that the day would come when great warriors would enter the abode of evil and exterminate the demons forever. After which, the demonic portal slammed shut and the Lord slowly landed on the ground. When the invasion was finally over, the Lord offered a sincere apology to everyone present, especially the leaders of the rankings. Addressing the participants, the Lord announced that the portal had already been restored and the final test results would be announced later. Once safe, Yellen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this crazy nightmare was over, and he could rest. After which the participants teleported to the city, where they settled into a huge hotel. Lying on the bed, Yellen replayed the details of the brutal battle in his head and realized that the secret area turned out to be truly dangerous. His thoughts were interrupted by an insistent knock. The guy's first thought was that Bane had mixed up the rooms again. However, when the guy opened the door, he froze in surprise. Lord Yunfen stood on the threshold. The Lord cited a formal reason. Supposedly, he wanted to personally inquire about the boy's well-being, but he was deeply concerned about the question of how the young sorcerer had single-handedly defeated a royal-level demon. The guy replied that he was just lucky. Such restraint only increased the man's respect, and he asked if the young man would like to serve his city. The young man was taken aback. He knew perfectly well that no one would invest resources in the development of his class, but the Lord was ready to take on its development. Although the offer was incredibly tempting, Yellen could not make a decision without his teacher's approval. The Lord took this with understanding and personally prepared to go to the boy's city to talk to his mentor and come to an agreement. At this moment, the conversation was suddenly interrupted by another knock on the door, distracting the participants from their important and tense conversation. After which the young man loudly said that the door was not locked and that one could come in. A waitress in a playful suit appeared at the door, holding a tray of fruit. The girl said that this was a special hotel treat for the best participants of the tournament, and the guy asked to put the tray on the table. Yellen intuitively felt alarm as soon as the tray touched the table. The guy decided to go for a trick and loudly announced a sharp, pungent smell. His trick worked instantly. Realizing that she had been exposed, the girl's face changed, revealing her intentions. The Lord noticed the approaching deadly threat and shouted a loud warning, desperately trying to prevent a surprise attack. Meanwhile, the maid pulled out a dagger with a sharp movement and instantly rushed towards the guy. Yunfen instantly rushes to the rescue and manages to intercept the assassin's dagger with a lightning-fast movement. The level 50 assassin turned pale in horror as she realized the city lord stood before her. Yunfen sternly demanded to know the name of the client, but the girl remained silent, not wanting to reveal the employers. With a sharp movement, the lord pushed the girl aside. She understood her situation perfectly well. If she fell into Yunfen's hands, she would either die or face a fate worse than death. Coping with severe pain, the girl glances at the dagger lying nearby on the floor. Without wasting a second, she makes a sharp movement and grabs the dagger with her hand. Thinking that she cannot give away the customers, the hired killer stabs himself in the stomach with a sharp dagger. The deadly poison on the blade worked flawlessly, and a moment later, her lifeless body collapsed onto the floor of the room. The Lord's gaze became heavy. He understood that serious people were behind this assassination attempt, and he immediately expressed suspicion that all the threads led to the Wu family. The man hastened to reassure the young man, promising that he would personally conduct a thorough investigation and force the family to make a public apology. Yellen understood that formal apologies would not stop the enemies. If he remained in the city, he risked not living even a month. The Lord, seeing the guy's reaction, left the room in a rage. Yellen understood that the man was very angry, because such insolence had thwarted his plans to recruit a talented caster of forbidden spells. As soon as the door closed behind the Lord, a loud cry was heard in the room, attracting the guy's attention. Bane appeared at the door, beaming with delight. The girl burst into the room with amazing news. The results had been published, and Yellen had become the best in the entire country. Bane started to say that the boy had brought great honor to his family, but quickly became embarrassed, remembering that he was an orphan. To smooth over the awkwardness and capture the moment, she suggested taking a joint photo as a keepsake. While looking for the best angle, the girl noticed a lifeless body in a maid's costume behind the guy. Bane recoiled in horror, demanding an explanation. The guy interrupted her flight of fancy and calmly explained that the dead girl was a hired killer. Upon hearing the client's name, the girl's fear instantly turned to anger. Now she herself was burning with the desire to teach the spoiled rich man a lesson. Meanwhile, Xiao, having received news of the operation's failure, was rushing around his room in a rage. He cursed the performers, unable to understand how a professional assassin of level 50 could not destroy a pathetic newbie. The guy continued to swear loudly. His tirade of insults was interrupted by the appearance of a man in the doorway of the room. Upon seeing his father, Xiao instantly fell silent, his face turning ashen gray. The father scolded the boy. He was angry not at the fact of the assassination attempt on Yellen, but at the blatant stupidity of the plan's execution. Xiao, sensing something was wrong, tried to justify himself, but his father was not impressed by his pathetic excuses. And although the punishment was formal, a humiliating visit to the Lord with apologies became inevitable. Deep down in his soul, hatred for Yellen flared up with renewed vigor, and he vowed to take revenge in the future. The next day, a formal ceremony took place, and the Lord, according to tradition, presented the boy as the champion of the national exam with 2 awards of legendary rank. And although the young man secretly hoped for a cash prize, the artifacts he received turned out to be much more valuable than money. They were second in value and power only to the divine equipment available to the chosen few. The next reward greatly surprised Yellen. It turned out to be the Great Ring of Twilight, an ancient artifact shrouded in mystery and power. This artifact not only doubled the owner's mental strength, but also had the unique ability to absorb enemy energy attacks. The second property was a built-in spatial storage, the volume of which directly depended on the strength of the owner mage. Yellen was extremely pleased now. Even when under pressure from several mages, he could turn their power against them. Combined with his immortal body, the ring makes the guy invulnerable. The more furious the enemy's blows, the more his power increases. Finally, the Lord reminded them of his offer of cooperation and, promising to discuss the details later, sent Yellen home via teleport. A giant portal trembled faintly across the vast square of Yellen's hometown, heralding its imminent activation. A bright, sparkling energy spiral flared up in its depths, and in its glow, the silhouette of a man gradually began to emerge. As soon as Yellen stepped out of the portal into the square of his hometown, the air was torn apart by deafening screams and applause from the crowd. The director and his mentor beamed with pride as they welcomed the city's first ever national champion. The young man began to quietly answer something, but his modest answer was drowned out by the roar of the crowd of those greeting him. Fans, eager for photos and autographs, surged forward in an unstoppable wave, surrounding the guy from all sides. Yellen felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively backed away, frightened by this enthusiasm of the citizens, especially the active middle-aged ladies. Yellen was clearly shocked and not prepared for such attention. He caught himself thinking that these women frightened him more than demons. Luckily, the director grabbed the young man by the hand in time and literally pulled him through the air, saving him from such popular love. Kangxin calmly brewed tea and looked at his disheveled and out-of-breath student with a warm smile. The teacher strongly advised the boy to rest, as recuperating was critically important now, as Yellen faced far more serious challenges ahead. Intrigued by this vague hint, the young man tried to figure out what he meant by serious tests. The mentor's answer sounded calm, but that only made it more significant. The gates of the apocalypse had finally appeared in the world. Yellen's memory instantly flashed to fragments of ancient knowledge that these dimensions once housed 7 great ancient artifacts of origin. Realizing the enormous possibilities, Yellen asked if he should go to the gates of the apocalypse alone. In response, the teacher stated his intention to accompany the student personally. The young man agreed, but asked to first stop by the guild to sell some equipment before the journey. In fact, Yellen did not fully trust his mentor. The astrologer's motives remained a mystery to him. As soon as the young man disappeared from sight, the mask of calm fell from the astrologer's face, and a violent coughing fit began to choke him. Blood gushed from his mouth, seeping through his fingers. He knew perfectly well that the student did not trust anyone, but there was practically no time left, and he had to act riskily. Meanwhile, Yellen reached the guild and at the entrance explained that he wanted to exchange his equipment and skill scrolls. The administrator politely invited the young man to go to the appropriate section where the transaction could be made. He was clearly aware that too many people knew him now, and he prudently hid his true appearance under a mask of illusion. On the way, Yellen unexpectedly met a familiar silhouette. He recognized the girl in this tight dress. It was Jagani. The guy was glad that he put on a mask, hoping that the girl would not recognize him and he would pass by unnoticed. Suddenly, Jagani turned around sharply and began to peer intently at the back of the departing stranger. His figure turned out to be painfully familiar to her. The girl instantly rushed after the young man, thinking that this was the stranger she had been desperately looking for. The silhouette of a noble stranger appeared in the girl's memory, and an inexplicable, frightening intuition told her that this man was Lin Yi. Unable to contain her impulse, the girl rushed towards the guy, grabbed his hand, and, apologizing for her insolence, tried to find out his name. Yellen maintained an outward calm, but inwardly he shuddered from the girl's frightening insight. The guy wondered if, despite the mask, she had recognized him. Jagani began to tell the guy that he was the spitting image of the man who had once saved her from certain death. The guy coldly declared that she was mistaken, but this gesture only strengthened Jagani's confidence. This was exactly the kind of indifference the stranger had shown during their first meeting. The girl insisted on her own and aggressively began asking the guy why he didn't confess, since he was the one in the secret space. Yellen decided that there was no point in continuing the argument, so he approached the administration and asked how often the guild allowed clients to stage such scenes. The embarrassed employee called the girl to order and threatened that otherwise she would have to leave the establishment immediately. This scene attracted the attention of the visitors. They were perplexed. No one understood why the dazzling beauty was humiliating herself in front of a guy of ordinary appearance. The crowd decided that the stranger must be fabulously rich. Since the girl was so persistently chasing him, Yellen decided not to hold back and show his true capabilities. The guy began unloading his loot from the ring, more than a dozen high-quality artifacts, as well as mid- and low-ranking trophies. The people watching were dumbfounded. The objects, carelessly thrown together in a heap like cheap trash, were in fact worth millions. The young people are very surprised and wonder how many monsters had to be killed in order to obtain such a number of artifacts. After coming to her senses, the employee asked if the client wanted to receive the gold, but Yellen chose barter for the exchange. The girl agreed and handed him the tablet so that he could mark the necessary items from the catalog. Yellen chooses the Ring of Radiance, which increases spiritual powers by 50% and has the ability to be upgraded in the future. However, after the counting, it turned out that the value of the surrendered trophies was not enough. An additional 3 million in gold had to be paid. The guy wasn't at all bothered by this and said that he would easily add the required amount to complete the deal. A moment later, Yellen pulled out another item from the vault. A brightly shining golden stone. It was dragon ore, one of the most valuable materials in the world. Gold ore wasn't just a rare stone, it was used to forge epic-grade gear, and it's no wonder the crowd's reaction was so violent. Jagani's eyes lit up, and she now had no doubt that the man standing before her was the very Lin Yi she had been looking for. Suddenly, the general hum was interrupted by a calm, commanding voice. The vice president of the guild appeared in the room, attracting everyone's attention. Yellen was surprised by the appearance of this man. According to rumors, his strength was approaching level 60. From the very beginning, he scolded the girl for her loss of professionalism, stating that it was a valuable artifact. But there was no need to go crazy over it. The vice president asked about the price, but Yellen replied that he didn't need money but needed stones to reforge the equipment. Dragon ore allowed one to improve the characteristics of epic artifacts. The man offered the young man 800 stones. Yellen firmly raised the bid to 1,000. The vice president saw the young man as a promising partner and agreed to the deal without hesitation. Seeing the concession as a gesture of goodwill, they shook hands and the deal was concluded to mutual satisfaction. The satisfied vice president ordered the stones to be released from the warehouse, while reminding the employee not to spread this information to anyone. Before he could finish speaking, the man heard Yellen calmly say that he had one more item to exchange with the guild. A scroll of legendary skill appeared on the counter, and the vice president's composure instantly disappeared in front of such a treasure. The entire room was illuminated by a bright wave of energy. People looked at the scroll in fascination, not believing their own eyes. Jagani stood as if struck by lightning. Such scrolls had never been seen in the city, and this finally convinced her of Yellen's exceptional nature. An unfamiliar old man immediately responded to the loud cry. It was the guild president, who appeared as if out of nowhere. A mysterious aura emanated from his figure, which made everyone fall silent. After a while, the old man asked what the young man wanted to receive in exchange for such a valuable artifact. Yellen voiced his conditions. He was ready to exchange the legendary item for all the regular skill scrolls available in the guild. Those around him were surprised, looking at the young man as if he were a madman, devoid of common sense and not understanding the true value of things. However, for Yellen, the legendary scrolls were useless. While 1,000 simple ones gave forbidden spells, Jagani intervened, trying to dissuade the guy from his mistake. She began to loudly explain that ordinary scrolls could be bought for money, and they were worth mere pennies compared to what he was giving. The girl even offered her financial assistance, but Yellen, without hesitation, rejected her offer and confirmed the deal with the guild. Upon hearing the firm agreement, the president immediately abandoned all decency and barked at the staff to immediately remove absolutely all ordinary scrolls from the warehouse. As a bonus, the guy was given a top-level card, giving a 30% discount on any purchases in the guild. As Yellen left the building, the men politely said goodbye to him and suggested that he come back more often for new deals. After which, the vice president offered to organize security for the guy, since he had such a huge number of items and could become a target for robbers. The wise president rejected this idea. He believed that the person who possessed the dragon gold ore was clearly not as simple as he seemed. Jagani wasn't going to give up so easily. She ambushed Yellen at the exit and pursued him to the crossroads, where she blocked his path again. She was completely sure that the guy was Lin Yi and offered to go to her house, saying that some swindler had gained her father's trust and was posing as him. Yellen continued to insist on his own, and once again told the girl that she had made a mistake and mistook him for someone else. Jagani insisted fiercely, thinking that she would not forget this silhouette, because the guy had dragon ore and a legendary scroll that revealed the noble stranger. The girl stated her intention to involve the Bureau of Investigation. Yellen, seeing her stubbornness and threat, reluctantly agreed to go with her to resolve the situation. Beaming with excitement, the girl loudly introduced the disguised Yellen to her father as the real Lin Yi and menacingly promised to expose the fraudster. The situation was starting to take a comical turn. The girl explains that she had been saying for a long time that Yellen and Lin Yi could not be the same person. She points to the boy, whose true form is hidden behind a mask of illusions, and declares that this hero is much better than his new cowardly student. The father silently watched his daughter's fiery speech and intended to explain the true state of affairs, but decided to wait. Meanwhile, the girl did not calm down. She suggested to her father that they expel Yellen and instead take the noble stranger standing before them as an apprentice. Adjusting his glasses, the father continued this performance and expressed a desire to talk with the outstanding young man alone without his daughter's presence. Delighted with this turn of events, the girl hastened to leave the men and decided to change into her most luxurious dress in order to completely captivate the guest with her beauty. As soon as the girl left, the guy asked if the mentor was going to reveal the truth about the substitution to his daughter. But the man saw an unexpected benefit in this farce. The man wants Yellen to enter the gates of the apocalypse under the guise of Lin Yi, maintaining an incognito identity from others. This will allow the guy's true identity to be hidden and will give him the opportunity to act at full strength without fear of consequences for the real Yellen's reputation. Outwardly, the young man remained calm, but was a little worried. Despite this, he liked the idea. His disappearance would not raise any unnecessary questions from those around him. The boy fell into deep thought and began to wonder what exactly his teacher had in mind. Having received consent, the astrologer promised to settle all issues with his daughter, and they would be able to set out for the gate in a few days. Once in his room, Yellen began to carefully prepare for the expedition, deciding to reforge the crystals and strengthen his equipment. Having unpacked the boxes with crystals, the young man began to upgrade the artifact, hoping for luck. To his amazement, his very first attempt to improve the Great Ring was successful, the artifact increasing his mental power to 120%. The guy was amazed. Just one manipulation turned the ring into an analog of advanced high-ranking equipment. Inspired by his success, Yellen continued the process, but fortune suddenly turned against him, and each new attempt invariably ended in failure. With great stubbornness, the boy continued to convince himself that the reforging of 1,000 stones would not be in vain. After a while, Yellen decided that there was no need to worry, since he still had a huge amount of minerals left to try. The fewer stones there were left, the more it seemed to the guy that he was starting to go crazy. Was such fatal bad luck really possible? Yellen believes that such a thing is simply impossible, since out of almost 1,000 stones, he only managed to successfully reforge one. Yellen was about to give up and count his losses, but the ring suddenly glowed with a bright light. The improvement ended in triumph, and the purification level reached 3 stars. The bonus was an increase in mental strength to 180%, which exceeded all the guy's expectations. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Yellen decided to visit his old friend to check how he was doing after the operation. The young man goes down to the hall and suddenly comes across Jagani, beaming with happiness. The guy looks closely at the girl and tries to remain calm, carefully hiding his inner excitement. Jagani's expression changes, because at first she mistook Yellen for a noble stranger who became the object of her affections. The girl's face was distorted with irritation. She was furiously indignant at what this deceiver was doing in her house, and hadn't her father ordered him to get out of here. Yellen calmly said that he took his things and was leaving the house forever. The girl arrogantly declared that she would not walk him to the door. An hour later, the boy was already at the Lin Yui family estate, where the butler escorted him to the courtyard. Lin Yui, noticing his friend, immediately rushed to meet him. He did not hide his joy, but slightly reproached his comrade for not warning him about the visit in advance. Yellen asked about his health, to which the guy replied that thanks to the best priest, he had fully recovered from his wounds. Without wasting any time, Yellen got down to business. He asked his friend for one delicate favor. It was necessary to spread certain rumors among the masses. Lin Yui listened to the young man and was noticeably surprised by the information he heard, but agreed to help, after which he assured Yellen that everything would be done in the best possible way. Soon, dirty rumors began to spread through the busy streets, and the new national champion was increasingly seen in elite establishments where he thoughtlessly wasted his life. The townspeople quickly found a logical explanation for this. Being a master of deadly spells, the guy did not have long to live, and sensing his imminent death, he went on a rampage. Jagani, watching the news and the stream of caustic comments, only became more convinced of the hopelessness of her classmate, a reveler who had lost himself. Meanwhile, Yellen, after waiting a few days and making sure that the hype surrounding the national champion title had died down, returned to the Jagani family villa in the guise of Lin Yi. Kiangxin asks if the boy is ready. Yellen tells the teacher that they can set out on their journey to the gates of the apocalypse. They were about to leave when they were stopped by a clear girl's voice, which attracted the attention of both men. Of course, it was the restless red-haired Jagani, who did not want to let her guest go without saying goodbye. With a deep blush, the girl invited her idol to the cinema immediately after his return from his trip. The father dryly replied that they would talk about it later, and the girl had to meekly agree, after which she wished them to be careful on the way. On the way, Yellen asked if they were going to the portal. The astrologer explained that the gates of the apocalypse were in the wasteland and strictly ordered not to call him teacher. The journey was short, and they soon arrived at their destination, where a group of people had already gathered to wait for them. Yellen froze, amazed by the colossal gates. The teacher admitted that for the first time he too felt awe before the grandeur of the ancient artifact. A familiar man approached the arrivals, clearly unhappy with the delay. If they had been a little late, a search party would have been sent out for them. It soon became clear that the man who met them was named Mr. Tan, and that he was the deputy director of the investigation bureau in this region. He handed over the key he had to Qianxin, giving him the honor of opening the passage. Yellen whispered to his mentor that he felt a strong tension in the air. Qianxin replied that it was a fake key, because these people were just waiting for the moment to get rid of them. Yellen asked if he should get the real key, but the mentor told him to just go closer to the gate. Qianxin pretended to manipulate the fake, while Yellen, who held the true key, felt a powerful connection with the ancient portal. The next minute, following his mentor's instructions, he placed his hand on the portal, activating the ancient mechanism. The gates of the apocalypse responded instantly to the presence of the genuine artifact. There was no earthquake, no blinding flashes, only a low, drawn-out hum. Tan's eyes lit up with surprise and greed. He demanded the key back. The astrologer obediently handed over the fake, confirming that the relic belonged to its owner. Tan was surprised to notice that the gate had been right under their noses the whole time. Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared, none other than the guild president, who arrived with his squad. Tan's face instantly darkened with anger, as he had absolutely no intention of sharing the spoils with an entire guild of seekers. Tan wondered where the information leak came from and decided to send the guild first, as the space was probably full of traps. Thanking Tan for his compliance, the guild president moved forward with his men. As he passed by Yellen, the president glanced at the boy briefly with a mysterious smile. He was surprised to see the young man there, but he didn't let anyone around him know. Yellen, keeping his cool, slowly followed the guild president into the gaping blackness of the gate passage. Slowly the squad moved forward, and it seemed that these short seconds turned into an eternity of agonizing waiting. Suddenly, the thick darkness enveloping the space was cut by a blinding flash of light, forcing everyone to close their eyes. The scouts closed their eyes, and it took them some time to get used to the bright glow of the new world. When the boy's eyes adapted to the bright light, what he saw left him shocked and perplexed. The world beyond the gates was not a fantastical kingdom teeming with monsters. Before them lay their ruined hometown, plunged into ruins. This place was a stark contrast to the prosperous city where they had lived all their lives. Ruins were scattered everywhere. A cold wind blew freely through them, and the entire space was filled with an unimaginable sense of desolation and death. This ominous emptiness gave rise to a vague anxiety in people's souls, because the unknown is the most frightening thing in the world. Qianxin crouched down and picked up a fragment of the artifact from the ground. The man shook his head. Over the years, he had completely lost his magical power. The discovery gave a faint hope, but the guild president did not hide his disappointment. There were no artifacts, no treasures, only endless concrete ruins all around. Qianxin suggested splitting into several groups to thoroughly inspect the area in case of a threat. Any cry for help would be heard from afar. The president immediately approved of this sensible plan, after which the entire detachment quickly split into 3 groups, and they went off in different directions. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared on Yellen's face, because events were unfolding exactly as he had planned from the very beginning. By a lucky coincidence, the guy had the opportunity to act alone, and his new route ran straight towards the center. It was in that direction that the real key of the apocalypse, which he had secretly kept with him all this time, was desperately and persistently calling him. At this time, the guild president and her people continued to examine the old ruins, loudly grumbling that there was nothing valuable here. The key literally pulsed and pointed the right way. But Yellen didn't trust anyone, so he needed to figure out a way to follow the trail without prying eyes. Yellen decides to use the earth shelter technique, which involves the mage manipulating the earth's elements with spiritual power, allowing him to move freely underground within a 50-meter radius. By sacrificing his organs, the boy invoked a forbidden spell called Spatial Jump to make a short-term transition through space. A bright energy began to pulse strongly around the guy, gradually and smoothly dissolving his physical body into many small particles. Having transformed into a barely noticeable energy funnel, Yellen sank into the ground very quickly and silently. Just a few seconds later, the young man found himself in a completely different area, where his body immediately began to materialize. The young man saw a dilapidated, ruined building and was overcome with deep anxiety, as he realized that the key had led him to an old apartment. Suddenly, the guy noticed with horror that the energy had changed. The space began to glow brightly, and eerie tentacles began to reach out to him. From the dark depths of the room, a low and ominous voice suddenly rang out, loudly greeting the young man who had entered. Turning towards the sound, Yellen saw something truly shocking, as right in front of him a giant ball of living flesh was pulsating vilely. This terrifying, shapeless mass resembled a gigantic brain. The monster introduced itself as the guardian of an ancient artifact and declared that it had been waiting for Yellen for many years. The boy still hadn't recovered from the severe shock, since the huge substance not only had a clear mind, but also knew his name perfectly well. Yellen tried to find out the reasons for the wait, but the creature mysteriously replied that with the appearance of the guest, the eternal scales should return to the owner. Suddenly, the living sphere began to pulsate violently. Several tentacles abruptly plunged deep into the flesh and with visible effort pulled out the ancient object. The guy looks at the artifact he found with obvious surprise and involuntarily wonders whether this strange object really does rightfully belong to him. Suddenly, Yellen's anxious thoughts were interrupted by a painfully familiar voice, saying that the guy had finally found this place hidden from prying eyes. His combat reflexes kicked in almost instantly. Yellen quickly closed the distance and turned around, noticing that the astrologer was standing right in front of him. The teacher's face was completely devoid of any emotion, and he coldly demanded that this artifact of unknown origin be immediately put back in its place. It was the first time Yellen had seen his mentor in such a state. The puzzle in his head finally came together, as the man had only used him to find the artifact. At this moment, Qianxin looked at the magician with a completely indifferent gaze and quietly said, "Did the guy really just think of this now?" Yellen hears a voice telling him to take the Eternal Libra and run, because this man wants to use it to take away his ability to recover. Everything became obvious, because from the desire to take Yellen as a student to the transfer of the key, all this was part of a grand plan to insidiously steal his immortality. Yellen was furious at this betrayal, but the man remained frighteningly calm and only casually said that the guy was talking too much. The creature attempted to attack the astrologer, but the air was filled with hundreds of beams of intense energy that instantly and mercilessly fell upon the terrifying monster. The attack was so swift and devastating that the organic ball was completely destroyed. Yellen stood frozen for a moment, deeply shocked by his mentor's display of incredible power. The guy panicked and tried to figure out what to do to survive the fight with such a powerful opponent. Meanwhile, the teacher slowly approached, and a terrifying, oppressive aura emanated from him. Yellen's first thought was to use spatial leap to escape, but he immediately realized the hopelessness of this idea because it was impossible to hide from the teacher. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the cornered Yellen raised his staff and immediately summoned a powerful fireball spell. However, the astrologer remained completely unperturbed, since to him the efforts of a 25th level mage, even one with immortality, seemed pitiful. Qianxin advised the disciple to stop his senseless resistance and, clenching his fist, he easily neutralized the huge fireball. A moment later, the compressed ball began to spin very quickly around its axis, after which a powerful explosion occurred. Yellen was greatly surprised by such a combat skill, because the astrologer very easily and effortlessly neutralized his most powerful forbidden spell. But the boy was not about to give up, so with reckless persistence he called upon another spell, hoping to somehow delay the enemy. The air in the room instantly became extremely hot, and a huge energy funnel completely engulfed the man. Radiating a terrifying aura, Qianxin moved forward and asked the boy if he still hadn't realized that in the face of great power, any resistance was pointless. The giant vortex of energy, which seemed deadly, began to slowly and completely dissipate into the air, without causing any harm to the mage. The boy tried to cast another spell, but Qianxin touched his staff, after which the boy froze, feeling an invisible force pressing him to the ground. Qianxin asks the guy if he really underestimates him that much, and then states that he should thank the guy for finding the artifact. Thanks to him, the astrologer found the artifact, but spent too much energy on star predictions, and further use of the power of the stars meant accelerating his own death. The man grips the magical scales tightly and begins the sacred ritual. A piercing scream erupted from the boy's chest. An invisible hand slowly and painfully tore his soul apart. It was more terrible than any physical torture. Yellen felt how a monstrous force was sucking the life out of him and depriving him of the ability to regenerate. At the moment when the pain reached its limit, a dim light burst out from Yellen's body, illuminating the space around him. It turned out to be the second half of the scale, which resonated perfectly with the artifact in the astrologer's hand, completing the mystical connection. Legends claimed that the eternal scales consisted of a light and a dark half, and when they were tilted, the power of one side increased infinitely. Due to its immortality and invulnerability, the eternal scales were considered the most powerful ancient artifact. Yellen tried to understand where the mentor was leading this whole conversation, but Qianxin didn't answer. His thoughts were occupied with something else. The astrologer, shaken by coughing fits, continued his manipulations, and the dark half of the scale began to emit a mysterious glow. At that moment, the young man was pierced by unbearable pain, accompanied by a blinding flash. The boy screamed loudly and begged the teacher to stop, but what happened next defied all logic. Instead of using the restored scales, the man threw the artifact with a sharp movement directly at the student. Yellen's consciousness was consumed by darkness, but when he woke up, he realized that he was still alive. Moreover, the familiar strength had returned, and now his immortal body felt even more powerful than before. The young man looked at the teacher, who collapsed to the ground, and his breathing became barely noticeable. Shining brightly, he slowly rose into the air and wondered why the teacher had not taken away his immortality. Yellen wondered if there was anyone in this world who could resist the temptation of true immortality. The boy slowly approached the teacher and asked a question, because he was trying to take away his eternal life. Qianxin, coughing up blood and grinning, asked what he had done to deserve such disrespect, since Yellen had never called him teacher before. Seeing the man trying to joke on the brink of death, the young man experienced a complex range of emotions, realizing that he did not know this man at all. Continuing to cough up blood, the astrologer calmly revealed his cards, admitting that he had been plotting against Yellen, but the goal was not immortality, but the future of humanity. This confession from his mentor came as a real shock to the guy. Qianxin continued to say that he had tried to predict his daughter's fate many times and had seen millions of possibilities. But in all of these versions, she invariably died at the same moment in time. And even if he took Yellen's immortality and gave it to his daughter, everything remained the same. 1,000,000 deaths at one point in time could not be a coincidence. The only explanation was that at that moment, not only she was dying, but the entire human civilization. Qianxin continued speaking, his gift allowing him to see everyone's future except Yellen. According to the ancient teachings of Tao, out of 50 laws, one remains unknown, and this is called the hidden variable. Choking on blood, the teacher told the young man that he was the variable and had the power to change the outcome. The man handed the boy a bag. In one of the fragments of the future, he saw 6 people next to him, and their signs were inside. Finally, the astrologer explained to the young man the nature of the mysterious organic ball. It was not a guardian, but one of the incarnations of the Emperor Moth, the ruler of the demons. After this, the astrologer revealed the truth. The demon wanted to lure half of the eternal scales out of Yellen. With his last strength gone, Qianxin voiced his last request, asking the young man to take care of his daughter. His life force was leaving him, and his last word was a quiet thank you. Looking at his mentor's body, Yellen felt a wave of immeasurable gratitude, recognized him as his teacher, and thought with regret about his previous doubts. The boy vowed to protect his daughter at any cost and said that in his memory the master would remain a great strategist. After this, the young man sank into a mournful silence, but it was soon broken by the sounds of footsteps. Seeing the lifeless body of the astrologer, the inspector and the guild chairman began to suspect the guy of murder. Yellen bowed his head in mournful silence, as if not noticing the presence of people and paying his last respects to the mentor. Having received no answer, Tan threatened the young man with immediate reprisals and ordered his men to search the astrologer's body. The bald giant drew his sword and rushed towards the guy, demanding that he immediately move away from the body. Yellen did not react to the attack and continued to pay respects to his mentor. He suddenly turned to face his attacker, and rage flared up in his soul. The thought of his teacher sacrificing himself for the sake of such a brat was unbearable. The boy called upon a forbidden spell. The earth shook, and tree vines began to sprout from it. With great speed, they rushed towards the enemy and wrapped themselves tightly around him, lifting him into the air. The victim convulsed, uttering inhuman screams as his body rapidly withered and disintegrated before the eyes of the shocked crowd. The boy loudly declared that anyone who disturbed his teacher's body would die. The inspector and the guild president froze in horror. It seemed to them that they had never seen such a terrible massacre. The system notified the guy about the absorption of a level 40 master. The scales tipped towards darkness, and the power of exchange turned into limitless absorption. Shocked and enraged, Tan realized that the young man had taken possession of the ancient artifact and killed the astrologer for it. He ordered his soldiers to attack and immediately take the treasure from the boy. The group of fighters was rapidly approaching the young man, and with each passing moment, the growing oppressive tension in the air became more and more distinct. In a confident voice, Yellen declared that this pathetic crowd was clearly not enough to defeat him. To the great surprise of all the attackers, the young man suddenly and without a trace disappeared into thin air, as if he were a real ghost. Tan's confused henchmen begin to look around in fear and wonder where this impudent and elusive puppy has gone. At this time, the guild leader thinks with relief that he was very lucky, and it's good that he didn't get into this fight first. Standing next to a huge cloud of thick fog, the man shouted loudly, ordering Yellen to come out, and did not notice at all how the guy landed behind him. He immediately recognized the agent from prison and remembered how he had then firmly sworn to take revenge on him for everything. The boy sacrifices his kidney and summons the element of water. The spell Wrath of the Sea God gathers the elements and summons a ghostly trident. Concentrated water energy is directed at great speed straight towards its target. Before the enemy could even comprehend what was happening, a powerful water trident mercilessly tore his body in half. Immediately after this attack, the deadly trident obediently returned to the hands of the young man, as if it were a huge boomerang. Yellen looked with obvious irritation at all the remaining living opponents who still stood in front of him. Tan loudly curses at his subordinates, calling them useless idiots, and immediately summons his powerful energy bow. Realizing that the situation had become critical, he loudly ordered all remaining fighters to attack the enemy simultaneously. The guy didn't dodge the dangerous attack, but instead he activated the Sumeru ring, allowing the artifact to absorb all the opponent's blows. This risky tactic bore immediate fruit, as the absorbed energy was transformed and gave Yellen new mental strength. Intoxicated by the sudden surge of enormous energy, the young man suddenly raised his hand and unleashed a destructive fire spell on his enemies. With the exception of the leader, no one in the squad had time to even understand what had happened. Only screams were heard as the fire engulfed the bodies of the attackers. After some time, the bright magical fire and thick smoke began to gradually dissipate, revealing a view of the battlefield. On the smoky battlefield, only Tan remained alive, having managed to take cover behind his strong protective energy dome in time. His face showed irritation at the uselessness of his subordinates, and, realizing that Yellen would destroy him in a direct confrontation, the man decided on a dirty move. Tan quickly concentrated his internal energy and immediately summoned a powerful arrow of gods and demons for a decisive attack. A bright flash of energy instantly erupted around him, and a destructive arrow flew towards the boy at great speed. Yellen quickly jumped to the side, but at the last seconds he dodged this deadly magical blow. A satisfied smile appeared on the inspector's face, and in a quiet voice he mockingly asked if the boy would be able to cope with this surprise. The energy arrow suddenly transformed into a powerful funnel, which slowly but inexorably moved straight towards the guy. A sudden, powerful blast wave threw Yellen high into the air with enormous force, depriving him of the ability to maneuver. Immediately after this, the energy beams merged together, and this deadly stream struck the guy right in the forehead with one powerful blow. Yellen instantly found himself in a strong bubble that changed his metabolism. Tan approached and proudly declared that no one had escaped his arrow of gods and demons. The magical bubble was rapidly contracting, the merciless pressure from within destroying the body of the helpless youth. A moment later, there was a deafening roar, and Yellen's body scattered in all directions in a cloud of bloody mist. Tan smiled contentedly as he looked at the bloody remains, and was absolutely confident of his unconditional victory over this strong opponent. The man looks at the scattered remains and realizes that even with the mighty weight of the scales, the man's body, torn to pieces, will never be able to recover. But he was very much mistaken, because right behind his back, the scattered fragments of Yellen's body suddenly began to stir and move actively. At first barely vibrating on the ground, these pieces of flesh began a process of frantic and furious regeneration, quickly fusing with each other. In 1 second, the hand turned into an arm. In 2, the shoulder grew, and in the 3rd second, the head was fully formed and connected to the body. The muscle fibers wove together at an incredible speed, and Yellen needed only one restored arm and head to deliver a crushing counterattack. The guy suddenly raised his hand and without hesitation unleashed a powerful forbidden spell on his unsuspecting enemy. The level 60 Holy Archer froze in place in convulsions as a golden energy beam suddenly pierced through him from behind. By this point, the boy's body had almost completely recovered, and if it weren't for his clothes, which had turned into rags, there would be no sign of the wounds. Tan, continuously and heavily coughing up thick blood, continued to crawl very slowly along the ground, trying to get at least a little distance from the dangerous enemy. Trying to save his life, the man threatened the boy with his high status and promised Yellen dire consequences for the brazen murder of an important official. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide of the fight, the man fired another energy arrow, hoping to catch the guy off guard at the last moment. Yellen didn't lose his composure and instantly activated the infinite devouring skill. The darkness completely enveloped Tan's body, mercilessly sucking out all his life force, after which the system reported the successful absorption of a level 60 master. Having absorbed the energy of another powerful opponent, the young man instantly leapt from level 25 to level 28, which significantly increased his stats. Having dealt with the main threat, the young man loudly and authoritatively demanded that the guild chairman immediately stop hiding and come out. The man quickly left his hiding place and with a forced smile told the boy that he had never been his enemy and had not even thought about a treacherous attack. Hearing that the boy was not going to kill him, the old man sighed with relief and immediately swore allegiance, promising that the guild would serve him faithfully. Having concluded this unspoken contract, the president suggested leaving the location as quickly as possible. The guy agreed, but stated that he needed to finish an important matter first. Temporarily sacrificing his arm, Yellen immediately invoked the forbidden ice spirit spell to create the necessary conditions to preserve the teacher's body. Immediately after the spell was completed, the young man carefully and tenderly took the body of his mentor in his arms. The president stood motionless to the side and silently watched as the boy carried his dead mentor into a solid ice coffin. Carefully placing Qianxin's body in the ice coffin, the boy quietly told him that they were now finally returning home. For a moment, Yellen looked at his dead teacher in silence, his eyes clearly showing deep respect for the man. Easily lifting the heavy icy burden onto his shoulder, Yellen sternly ordered the guild chairman to follow him immediately. They ran quickly towards the exit. The man was afraid that the people he brought with him would hardly survive in this hell. As soon as they got a little closer to the coveted exit, a heavy and ominous aura suddenly appeared in the air. The man barely had time to shout a warning before a huge level 34 monster rushed at them with fury. The terrifying monster opened its mouth wide and suddenly spewed a powerful and deadly stream of flame in their direction. Yellen deftly jumped aside from the fire and gestured to the frightened old man not to interfere, deciding to take on the enemy himself. The boy confidently raised his magic staff and immediately summoned a powerful forbidden spell called the Breath of the Fire God. A giant fireball instantly incinerated the aggressive creature, causing the guild leader to be stunned by the destructive force once again. After the battle, Yellen activated his absorption skill, and the monster's carcass gave him nutrients and a 30-year lifespan extension. The young man was very pleased with this generous booty, although the mysterious nature of the slain monster's blood remained a mystery to him. There was no time left for long reflections. The passage began to collapse rapidly, and people rushed into the rift without hesitation. But as soon as they stepped into the portal, a powerful unknown force picked up their bodies, instantly lifting them high into the air. The Apocalypse Key suddenly burst from Yellen's body and automatically sealed the gate, blocking the possibility of re-entry. The portal immediately disappeared into thin air, taking with it the ancient magical key and closing the passage. Now no one in the world could predict where and when this legendary passage would open again. The sensations of the return passage were strikingly different from those upon entering, but fortunately the people got out unharmed. Once safe, the companions said goodbye. Yellen stated that he had to bury the teacher first and would discuss business later. The guild president bowed deeply to the boy and declared that from now on, the entire enormous power of his organization was at Yellen's complete disposal. A girl's loud voice echoes throughout the Qianxin estate. Jagani is confronted with the terrible truth about her father's tragic death. She desperately refused to believe what was happening and kept convincing herself that it was all just someone's evil and ridiculous joke. Yellen lowered his eyes guiltily and quietly asked the girl for forgiveness for the fact that, unfortunately, he could not protect his teacher. The girl continued to desperately cling to her last hope, convincing herself that what was happening was just someone's evil joke. She screamed loudly that her father was a great strategist who calculated everything in advance, and he simply could not die so suddenly. Exhausted by intense grief, Jagani collapsed onto the icy sarcophagus, and her tears, streaming down her cheeks, instantly froze on the lid of the coffin. Yellen remained in mournful silence, watching from the sidelines as the poor girl became increasingly consumed by this enormous and unbearable grief. When Jagani finally calmed down and asked about the cause of her father's death, Yellen told her about the divine punishment for prophecy. The boy begins to say that the teacher made a sacrifice for the sake of humanity, but a flash of anger replaced grief, and Jagani demanded that he leave. Yellen's attempt to mention the oath he had given to the teacher to protect her only made the situation worse, and Jagani angrily said that she did not want to listen. The girl again insistently tells the young man that he must leave immediately, as she does not want to see him. Understanding that Jagani simply needed solitude right now, Yellen did not insist, so he silently turned around and left the room. The next day, the city was rocked by news as the disappearance of Vice Director Tan coincided with the sudden death of the astrologer. The death of the legendary prophet caused quite a stir not only in the city, but throughout the entire vast province. The police officer orders his partner to find Yellen, but the girl replies that they have no evidence and he may have already slipped out of the country. To provide himself with an alibi and dispel rumors about Lin Yi's identity, Yellen has spent the past 2 days practically constantly in elite clubs. It was in one of these entertainment establishments that investigators from the local security bureau finally caught up with him. The officer was eager to know where the young man had been for the past week, but Yellen began skillfully playing the role of a frivolous reveler. The guy continued to play his role and loudly asked to bring the 2 best girls of this club for the gloomy investigator. The man continues to insist on his own and sternly asks the guy where exactly he spent the whole of last week. Yellen states that so much has happened in the past 7 days that it is almost impossible to remember anything specific in this mad frenzy. This buffoonery pissed off the investigator. He grabbed the guy by the arm and asked if he was the one posing as Lin Yi while accompanying the astrologer. The suspect's reaction was unexpected, as Yellen calmly took out his phone and informed the officer that the conversation was being recorded. The partner quietly whispers to the investigator that at this point they really don't have any solid evidence that Yellen left the city. The investigator was reluctantly forced to release the young man, but nevertheless promised that sooner or later he would find evidence to prove his case. Then Yellen decided to go all in, confidently saying that he had important information that would definitely interest the investigator. Yellen said he saw with his own eyes how Lin Yi was blown to pieces by an explosion just a few days ago. The investigator stopped immediately, as he was clearly interested in this information, and he asked the guy to continue talking. The man had a rare gift of seeing through lies, and was greatly shocked when, after scanning Yellen's words, he realized that he was telling the pure truth. Meanwhile, under a heavy downpour, a huge crowd of people gathered in the city square to see the astrologer off on his final journey. The huge coffin was richly decorated with his daughter's favorite flowers, and on it stood a large portrait of a smiling man. Many of those gathered realized the depth of the tragedy, because Mr. Qianxin was such a good person, and now he is no longer there. They were very worried about the astrologer's only daughter, because now there was no one to take care of her, and she was left completely alone. Many people start whispering that he had the best student in the country, and it is at this tense moment that Yellen enters the room. The guy offers his sincere apologies and loudly declares that, to his great regret, he is late. Jagani aggressively asks the boy why he came here, to which Yellen calmly replies that he must honor the memory of the teacher. Jagani doesn't want to see this guy here, so she asks him to quickly finish his business and leave here. After this, bitter tears appear in the girl's eyes, and she demands that the boy no longer call himself her father's student. Dirty gossip immediately begins to spread among the crowd that the famous astrologer renounced his student before his death. Meanwhile, the girl begins to swear angrily and shouts that he is not welcome here at all, so he should get out immediately. She's suddenly interrupted by a group of strange masked men. They slowly enter the room. The eldest asks to accept his condolences. Jagani immediately falls silent and, casting a surprised glance at these suspicious strangers, quietly asks who they are. The man in the creepy mask politely asks the girl not to worry, assuring everyone present that they came here without any malicious intent. The man states that her father's death looks very suspicious, so they want to open the coffin and thoroughly check the real cause of his death. Jagani furiously attacks the intruders and loudly declares that she will never allow outsiders to commit such outrage at a funeral. The masked man remains eerily calm, then asks his men in a quiet, commanding voice why they are still standing there. He gives the command to act, and a group of people in creepy masks begins to slowly and menacingly approach the astrologer's coffin standing in the center. Jagani flies into a terrible rage and loudly declares that whoever these impudent strangers are, they must immediately get out of this house. Some of those present actively support the girl, as they consider it terribly impudent to commit such lawlessness at the funeral of a respected person. The masked men do not react at all to these angry statements. They continue to silently move forward and slowly draw their sharp swords from their sheaths. With sharp and precise movements, these cruel strangers mercilessly cut down the brave people who tried to stand up for the girl. Panic immediately erupts in the room, and the crowd runs out into the street with loud shouts, demanding that the police be called immediately. A wild rage grips Jagani, and she hurls angry curses at these cruel and merciless killers in a frenzy. Having activated a powerful spell of Scarlet Fiery Abyss, the brave girl desperately tries to stop these impudent invaders with her own strength. A bright funnel of fire quickly approaches one of the masked men, but he feels no fear and does not even intend to react. The incinerating flames completely engulf the man, but he continues to stand calmly in place and only casually adjusts his mask. Immediately after this, he sharply throws his hand forward, with a slight movement pushing the raging fiery funnel to the side. Jagani doesn't understand how the spell can be blocked so easily, which means the enemy is at least a level 50 fighter. The man grabs the girl by the throat and lifts her into the air, saying that she is brave, and since she is the daughter of an astrologer, he will not kill her yet. Continuing to hold the girl tightly in his iron grip, the man loudly orders his men to open the coffin immediately. The attackers suddenly stop as Yelin's loud and commanding shout is heard, ordering everyone to stop immediately. People in creepy masks stop and look closely at the daredevil who dared to challenge them. Using a powerful ice spell, the young man frees the girl from the enemy's tight grip with a sharp and precise blow. However, the man easily repels his attack, and a huge stream of icy energy hits the floor with a loud roar. Yelin tells the attackers that he will never allow them to continue to commit such atrocities here. In response, the attackers begin to laugh loudly and say that since the guy wants to die so much, they can help him go to the next world. The elder gives the command to the third to immediately set up a force barrier, and the next moment the guy finds himself trapped. Yelin casts a vicious glare at his opponents, and without hesitation sacrifices his liver to cast a powerful forbidden spell. He concentrates a brightly shining golden energy in his hands, which turns into an arrow and shatters the barrier into small fragments. The commander tries to loudly warn the fifth, but it is too late. The energy beam hits the man. A powerful energy arrow pierces the body of the fifth, and with great force throws the attacker, call sign 3, against the wall. A creepy, maniacal gleam flashes in the leader's eyes, and he smirks and declares that this is something special and he is already curious. Freed from captivity, Yelin curses the impudent bandits and wonders how they dare insult the spirit of the teacher even after death. The young man loudly declares that they will be shown no mercy, after which he raises his hand and directs a giant wall of fire at his opponents. A deadly fiery avalanche hits the bandits with tremendous speed, instantly incinerating the brutal leader's subordinates. The leader looks in surprise at the huge crater left by the stream on the floor and quietly tells the guy that he has killed his fourth. Despite having sacrificed a limb and now experiencing severe pain, Yelin continues his determined and furious attack. Jagani looks at the young man with horror and undisguised surprise and mentally wonders if he has completely gone mad. Meanwhile, the leader tries to inspire his bandits and asks them not to be afraid of Yelin, because he is just an ordinary caster of forbidden spells. The boy feels a strong hatred, because his teacher sacrificed his life in order to save such pathetic scum as these people. In response to this, the leader begins to laugh loudly and madly, after which he gives orders to the first and sixth to attack immediately. Yelin sacrifices his stomach without hesitation and immediately summons the next powerful forbidden spell. At this moment, the cunning enemy quickly goes around the young man from behind in order to deal him an unexpected and sneaky blow. Jagani screams loudly and desperately tries to warn the boy about the mortal danger. However, it is too late. Yelin does not have time to react, and the energy ball, turning into a sharp arrow, pierces his body through and through. Yelin feels unbearable pain. His strength instantly leaves him, and the wounded guy slowly falls to his knees in front of his enemies. The bandits cast a contemptuous glance at him, and calling him a fool, calmly move towards the coffin with the body of the great astrologer. Jagani finds herself with a strange feeling, because she hated the young man, but now he is dead, and she feels her heart squeeze. The leader gives his subordinates the order to open the coffin as quickly as possible and immediately remove the man's body from there. Suddenly, he senses something is wrong and instantly turns towards the defeated guy. To their great surprise, the young man has fully recovered and declares that they are now going to hell. The leader is very surprised by what he sees and wonders whether the person in front of him is an ordinary person or an immortal demon. Tears appear in Jagani's eyes. She is sincerely glad that Yellen is still alive and ready to continue this fight. The gigantic rage transforms into a new forbidden spell, and the entire room is instantly filled with a blinding bright blue glow. The aura concentrated into a brightly shining sphere. The guy donated more organs and summoned a powerful technique called the Gaze of Eternal Ice. The leader immediately realizes that things are bad for them and loudly orders his subordinates to quickly run away from the epicenter of the attack. However, they don't even have time to take a few steps before their bodies find themselves tightly encased in a huge, solid block of ice. The men watching from the corridor were greatly surprised, as a single forbidden spellcaster had dealt with 4 powerful level 50 fighters. Having dealt with his opponents, Yellen quickly approaches the coffin of his teacher to take it from here and fulfill his duty to his deceased mentor. Without saying a word, he easily throws the heavy ice coffin over his shoulder and resolutely heads for the exit, ignoring the glances of the people around him. Jagani looks closely at the guy and feels familiar sensations from his movements, after which the girl asks where he is going to take her father. Yellen calmly answers the worried girl that he intends to bury his deceased teacher himself. On the top floors of a huge skyscraper, an influential man asks his subordinate whether the special group of scouts he sent has returned yet. The masked man replies that traces were indeed found in the gorge at the 79th kilometer that someone had recently opened the gates of the apocalypse. After this report, he asks his master whether they need to go now to get the body of the deceased to take it to themselves. The gentleman replies that there is no need for this, as it could raise too much noise, and it is enough that people follow Yellen, and besides, a person needs to be found. The masked man respectfully asks who exactly he needs to find, to which the man replies that he is currently very interested in the guild chairman. Yellen is at the city cemetery and mentally says goodbye to his teacher. Jagani sincerely thanks the young man for everything he was able to do for her, after which she hands Yellen a bank card and says that this money is enough to cure his eye, and the Qianxin family does not owe him anything else. The guy flatly refuses to take the money, as he states that everything he did today was only out of respect for the teacher and he does not need any thanks. The girl demands that he stop immediately, to which the young man replies that she thinks too highly of herself and does not understand her true situation at all. He emphasized that if she were not the teacher's daughter, she would be nothing but a nobody, of no significance in their current situation. Jagani falls to her knees and starts crying loudly, because she believes that the guy is right. The girl always lived under the protection of her father, and when he died, she could not even protect his coffin. In desperation, Jagani turns to her deceased father and shares with him that without him, she truly is nothing but a useless person. Lin Yue turns to his comrade and tells him that he knows Yellen was at the funeral, after which the guy notices a huge bandage on Yellen's head, but he asks him not to worry and says that everything is absolutely fine with him and there is no reason to worry. Lin Yue's father intervenes in the young people's conversation, asking the boy what he plans to do next and inviting him to stay with their family. Yellen thanks the man, but still wants to go to university. The president, hearing this, respects the guy's decision and promises him all possible support, after which Yellen thanks the president for his understanding and, citing the fact that he is too tired, wants to go rest in his room to gain strength. Having reached the room, the guy immediately falls onto the bed and catches himself thinking that he is damn exhausted after all the events. Suddenly, the bag that the teacher had given the boy earlier fell out of the ring on its own, drawing the hero's attention to the strange object. Yellen watches as 2 scrolls materialize in space and believes that the teacher left a message that now needs to be deciphered. One scroll turns out to be a rare afterimage technique that allows the user to create a realistic phantom with little effort. The second scroll is endowed with the rare ability of turtle breathing, which allows one to slow down the heart rate to a complete stop and plunge into a state of apparent death. By combining these techniques, the boy gains access to the forbidden spell of great nothingness. By sacrificing energy, he can achieve absolute invisibility. Inspired, Yellen immediately springs into action and immediately casts a complex spell to quickly test its true power in practice. After the ritual is completed, a double appears before him. The guy carefully examines it and concludes that the copy looks absolutely flawless. He plans to leave his double with the Lin Yue family, while he himself secretly investigates the situation and finds out the latest news in the city. The young man carefully opens the window in his bedroom and effectively jumps out into the street, trying not to attract unnecessary attention from security. Using the effect of complete invisibility, Yellen quickly flies past a dense grove and completely by chance notices two suspicious scouts in the bushes. The guy sincerely thanks his late teacher and praises the man for really predicting everything and worthy of the title of the best astrologer. Having changed his appearance, the young man confidently approaches the teleport portal in order to quickly leave the city unnoticed. At the entrance, the young man is met by vigilant guards, who immediately inquire about the purpose of his unexpected move. Yellen quickly answers formal questions, and the guards warn him in response that monsters have been appearing outside the city frequently lately. Deftly maneuvering between the trees, the young man happily realizes that he can now hunt with complete peace of mind, wherever and however he wants. Literally a moment later, he notices a vicious, aggressive hyena below, which is clearly looking for easy prey in this quiet forest. The dangerous monster notices the young man approaching and immediately lets out a terrible howl that would send shivers down anyone's spine. Yellen casts the spell and decides that from now on he will only use ice skills, as it makes it much easier to hide his identity. Generating a huge ice sword, the young man confidently points it straight at the vicious hyena. The creature froze in place, not realizing the full depth of the mortal threat looming over it from the young hunter. A moment later, the ice sword strikes the creature, and a powerful, blinding explosion occurs, destroying the monster on the spot. Yellen immediately activates the Devour skill. A message appears. Experience is increased by 320 points, and life is extended by 5 years. The next one to be successfully absorbed was an ordinary level 36 monster that had inadvertently crossed the young man's path. The hunt continues. Mid-level monsters are often encountered, and gradually the guy's lifespan increases to 360 years. Another fire dog gives the guy plus 5 points to strength and increases his overall lifespan by another 4 years. 3 days passed, and during this time, while the young man diligently hunted outside the city, he finally reached the long-awaited 30th level. All this time, Yellen was killing monsters very quickly as he could, but he still understood that this was still too little. The guy wonders if anyone can come to his aid, and at that moment, the idea occurs to him to look into the local classics guild. There is a crowd of people at the entrance, and it is clear that the organization is doing very well. The girl who greets new clients approaches him and asks how she can help, and the young man immediately replies that he wants to place an order. Once inside the premises, the young man talks to the manager and explains that he is very interested in buying monster corpses in bulk. The manager is satisfied with these conditions and asks the guy at what price he plans to buy the corpses of various monsters. The guy quickly learns that the price depends on the level, so for a regular one they give 300,000, and special monsters can cost more than 1 million. Yellen is planning to buy all the monsters up to level 20, which greatly surprises the manager, who asks for a commission first. The manager refers to the fact that the guy is about to place a large order, and therefore it is necessary to urgently confirm his actual solvency. At this point, the guy silently hands the surprised manager a top-tier lifetime VIP card from the guild to settle the matter. 3 days have passed. The hunter curses loudly, but still drags the carcass of a huge monster into the guild office. Customers are perplexed as to why Yellen requires so many monsters, and many are dissatisfied because his buying up of them prevents them from obtaining the materials they need. The guy sets too high a price for ordinary monsters, which inevitably arouses suspicion among others. At this time, inside a spacious box, the manager invites the young man to examine a fresh batch of corpses, just delivered by the hunters. Yellen carefully examines the huge monster, after which he praises the man for his work and says that this specimen is quite good. He states that the manager is free and asks to be left alone in the room, as he wants to personally check the goods without witnesses. The doors close, and left alone, he begins the process of absorption, thinking that it is much faster and more effective than hunting. The guy instantly absorbs a huge giant and receives a 10-year lifespan increase and over 20 valuable experience points. He physically feels his body filling with power, and the magic becomes more powerful with every second. After the takeover, Yellen leaves the massive warehouse and says goodbye to the manager who had been humbly waiting for him outside the entire time. Yellen walks calmly through the city, showing no sign of alarm, even though he is being secretly followed by a suspicious group of people. After some time, he turns into a deserted alley, where muffled voices can be heard arguing among themselves that it is definitely him. However, Yellen has long noticed the surveillance and is very surprised that, despite his changed appearance, he is still somehow found. In the gateway, his path is blocked by 2 young men who brazenly ask if Yellen really is buying up monster corpses en masse. Someone paid these bastards a handsome sum for Yelin's head, and now they are simply doing their dirty work of eliminating the target. Yelin parries a blow from one of the attackers and asks how much he was paid, offering the guy exactly double the amount. At this moment, the second mercenary quietly goes around the young man from behind and tries to unexpectedly deliver a strong kick to him. The mercenaries refuse to make a deal and are surprised that the guy is bargaining before his death, because the bandits are going to kill Yelin and take everything. They were so stupid that during the fight they let it slip that the customer ordered them to quickly finish off the guy and get to secret area number 79. However, their plans are not destined to come true, as one of the mercenaries notices sharp ice spikes moving towards him at great speed. In an instant, their bodies were completely frozen and they found themselves securely encased in a huge block of ice. Only now did these bandits realize with horror that they had attacked a powerful caster of forbidden spells, who was clearly beyond their capabilities. Yelin orders the mercenaries to calm down, suggests they talk calmly, and wants to immediately find out who exactly sent them. The mercenaries stubbornly remain silent. The guy sarcastically asks why they suddenly became mute and lost the power of speech. Yelin snaps his fingers, and a powerful blast wave immediately crashes down on the restrained opponents, causing them severe pain. The opponents scream in horror and are about to tell everything, claiming that influential people from the Classic Alliance want to kill Yelin. One of the attackers, frightened and making excuses, reported 3 instigators: an unknown tall blacksmith, a senior alchemist, and his faithful assistant. After which, Yelin learns that secret area number 79 appeared quite recently 35 kilometers north of the city. The mercenaries plaintively ask Yelin if he will let them go, to which the guy replies that everything depends on whether they survive in the ice. Meanwhile, a mysterious spatial portal suddenly appeared near a huge pagoda outside the city. A group of young people nearby are animatedly discussing why no one has come out yet, and what exactly is going on in this secret area. Yelin hides a short distance away and patiently waits for someone to come out, because he understands that secret areas are always full of deadly threats. Suddenly he notices an increasing noise. Everyone present begins to animatedly discuss something incredible happening right before their eyes. Suddenly, the spatial portal begins to glow very brightly, and right at its entrance, an incredible and mysterious ancient artifact appears. The young people nearby are stunned with amazement as they feel a powerful flow of power emanating from this divine staff. Loudly cursing among themselves, they rush towards the gates as everyone wants to be the first to take possession of this rare artifact. Yelin realizes that the time has come to act and begins to slowly approach the glowing spatial portal. The guy thinks that something is wrong here because the artifact could not have been left to mid-level warriors, and it is probably just a trap. Suddenly he is stopped by a suspicious stranger who asks the guy if he also noticed this strange detail. The girl loudly declares that this forbidden area looks very suspicious and clearly contains a hidden threat. However, Yelin is interested in a completely different idea, so he asks the girl why she decided to dress up as a man. The girl is very surprised and asks Yelin how he guessed, to which the guy replies that she simply forgot to remove the gloss from her lips. After which, Yelin declares that he has no time for conversations and begins to move forward, but the girl insistently asks him to wait. Yelin stopped abruptly and, clearly irritated, turned to the girl, rudely asking what else she wanted from him. The girl warns the guy and states that, according to her calculations, this could be a trap, specially set by demons for the classics. She offers the guy to join forces, but Yelin refuses, because he wants to quietly absorb the demons with the skill of endless devouring. However, the girl continues to insist on her proposal and even offers good money, but the guy apologizes and states that he has a different upbringing. After which the girl offers a set of legendary equipment which dramatically changes the guy's mood, and he immediately stops to listen to her. Yelin instantly changes his mind, convinced that they have already come to an agreement for the sake of the legendary item, and invites the lady to continue on their journey together. Yelin finds out that the girl's name is Shioxia. She abruptly pulls her hand away and makes a stern remark to the guy about his overly rude manners when meeting him. Shioxia fulfills her promise. Upon learning that Yelin possesses ice magic, she hands him the box and notices that inside is something special, perfect for him. He opens the box and a bright blue glow comes out of it. The guy is very surprised and cannot believe that such a valuable item is in front of him. The artifact is called the Ice Heart. It increases spiritual power by 60%, and its owner can create an area around themselves that is close to absolute zero. Shioxia asks the young man to hurry, because if her mother finds her, she will get a good scolding and will immediately be taken home under strict supervision. Yelin begins to think that this girl is a real rich girl, so he wonders who she is and whether she is connected to some influential family. Shioxia continues to bombard the guy with questions because she still hasn't found out his real name and current combat level. Yellen decides not to give his name, so he introduces himself with a pseudonym and says that he is already at level 45. Shioxia happily declares that the guy is not up to her level because Yellen is about 20 years old and she's only 17 and already level 38. The guy started praising the naive girl and quickly realized that she was a simple-minded and stupid creature. Yellen continues this performance with compliments and asks about titles, but the girl says that her dad considers tournaments a waste of time. The guy continues to look at the girl with surprise. He answers that he agrees to work with her in pairs and suggests going to the dungeon. After this, the girl hands him the legendary equipment and informs him that from this moment on, they are officially considered partners. A few seconds later, the young people cross a spatial portal and find themselves in a mysterious world where powerful demons really do exist. Yellen asks her partner if she has encountered demons before. The girl replies that she has, but her parents were there then. Shioxia looks around the area and is very surprised why no one is there. Yellen, in turn, notices the presence of foreign energy. The guy immediately notices that they are being closely watched by a giant monster, which is located on a nearby cliff and is preparing to attack. The guy understands that he needs to act immediately, so he quickly warns the girl and they begin to run away from the enraged monster. The terrifying creature immediately rushes after the young people, but Yellen activates his powerful skill called Ice Blade on the move. A bright stream of energy bursts from his hands, which quickly transforms into solid ice, completely freezing the monster in place. Approaching the monster imprisoned in an ice block, Yellen is surprised because the artifact turned out to be much more powerful than he imagined. A moment later, the young man habitually activates his devouring skill and begins greedily absorbing all the monster's available energy. The girl watching this, amazed, asks Yellen why the guy is devouring these corpses, because it looks quite strange and frightening. In response, Yellen begins a long, plaintive monologue, explaining that he is a poor orphan without a family or support who needs money to develop. Shioxia apologizes for her inappropriate question, calms the guy down and assures him that from now on he can take all the monster corpses for himself, after which the girl asks Yellen to film her during the fight with the demons. At this moment, the guy thinks that the young lady's brain is not working very well. After some time, the young man realizes that the girl is deliberately leading him in one direction, as if she confidently knows the right path. Based on this strange route, Yellen makes the assumption that she can sense traces of demons in this dangerous dungeon. A group of people around a fire notice Yellen and his partner approaching. One of them states that the two will try to intercept the prey. Yellen quickly looks around at everyone present and is surprised by the number of people, feeling that their competitors are looking at them very unfriendly. Shioxia asks to ignore it and advises to concentrate on the demons, while Yellen notices that it is damn cold around. The girl confidently declares that the demon is very close, after which they sharply push off from the ground and jump onto the nearby rocks. The young people land on a poorly lit mountain plateau and immediately see before them the blurry, huge silhouette of an unknown creature. The creepy monster turns sharply in their direction and is very surprised by the unexpected presence of this impudent and fearless couple. Despite the girl's strange behavior, the guy sincerely admires her abilities, because she really did track down a level 40 demon. Shioxia rushes forward decisively and asks to film the fight, and Yellen, surprised, doubts whether she can handle a demon above level 40. Shioxia asks the young man to stop underestimating her, after which bright energy threads instantly flash around her body. The girl begins to quickly spin around the demon, deftly and tightly wrapping his body with her magical energy threads. When the concentration of energy becomes sufficient, Shioxia will summon her special combat skill called Bind. The energy threads instantly contract, tightly binding the demon. Yellen does not interfere in the duel and enthusiastically films the fight. The guy catches himself thinking that this young lady scares him a little, because her ghostly threads serve as an ideal weapon for surprise attacks. Meanwhile, the huge demon becomes enraged, tries to break free from the bonds that bind him, and sends loud insults towards the people. The girl is confident that her strong net will securely entangle her prey, but the guy thinks otherwise and loudly warns Shioxia of the danger. A bright, bloody ball bursts out of the demon's head, transforms into a sharp arrow, and rushes towards the girl at great speed. Shioxia reacts to this sudden attack in time, concentrates her energy, and quickly generates a protective energy shield in front of herself. The next moment, a gigantic explosion occurs, raising huge clouds of thick smoke into the air and scattering chunks of soil.